What you been smoking on? Ask me, hey.
Got the money for minutes, pretty bitch, gotta show me titties. This is the life that I chose, huh? On the block with the pole, huh? This is the life that I chose, huh? On the block with the pole, huh? That's life before riches, huh? And I got the glitz, you wanna ball me, I'ma make you get it. I'ma make you get it.
Okay, boxing fans, let's talk some boxing. Okay. Okay, we live. We're here. We're talking some boxing. Waiting for some people to come into the chat so we can chop it up.
amplify the love. Hashtag unity, trend it up above. Break the algorithm of hate, let kindness compute. A world where every voice can contribute. So let's choose love, let's make peace pop. Let justice bang, let the violence flop. It's on us now to change the game and build a world that's anything but lame. Love, peace, justice, that's our anthem. Spread it like wildfire, let the whole world phantom. From Palestine to Lebanon, coast to coast. Unity's the world's on fire, but we ain't talking about climate change. Hearts frozen like Arctic ice, need a mindset rearrange. Violence spreading faster than them viral TikTok trends. Gotta break this cycle, make peace our new best friend. We got a choice to make, staying silent ain't enough. Time to put down the weapons and show some real love. Let's amplify the love. Hashtag unity, trend it up above. Break the algorithm of hate, let kindness compute. A world where every voice can contribute. So let's choose love, let's make peace pop. Let justice bang, let the violence flop. It's on us now to change the game and build a world that's anything but lame. Love, peace, justice, that's our anthem. Spread it like wildfire, let the whole world phantom. From Palestine to Lebanon, coast to coast. Unity's the world's on fire, but we ain't talking about climate change. Hearts frozen like Arctic ice, need a mindset rearrange. Violence spreading faster than them viral TikTok trends. Gotta break this cycle, make peace our new best friend. We got a choice to make, staying silent ain't enough. Time to
Okay, people. So
show some real love.
there's a lot of talk, about this fight. And, a lot of people have a lot of things to say. Now, me personally, I'm thinking that Crawford is going to win this fight, and he's going to win the fight by stoppage. Now, everybody have their own opinion as to what's going to happen. But I see a stoppage, and I think that Canelo is going to come into the ring. He's going to be, overly aggressive, right? He's going to be overly aggressive, and he's going to go in there, and he's going to get caught by something he's not going to see, and he's going to get stopped. Okay, simple as that. So, I'm definitely looking forward to this fight. Now, like I said, a lot of people have a lot of comments. A lot of people are saying a lot of different things. They all, you have your Canelo fans, and you have your Bud fans, and you have your haters, So, everybody's out there talking about this fight right now, and, it's the topic of the day. But the main thing that I see most people are focusing on is Canelo's power and his weight. They keep saying the same thing over and over again. They have weight class for reasons. Okay, I mean, yeah, that sounds good. It sounds great when you say that. Okay, we have weight classes for a reason, but weight classes don't really win fights. Okay, fighters win fights, skills win fights. Okay, and so focusing. You don't hear anybody talking about anything else. Any other reason why they think Canelo is going to win, other than the fact that he's a bigger, stronger guy, supposedly. Okay, and I say supposedly because there's no guarantee that Canelo is stronger than Crawford. I mean, he's definitely heavier than Crawford. We know that for that's the only thing that we actually know for a fact. Excuse me. The only thing we actually know for a fact is that currently Canelo is heavier than Crawford. Okay, that's what we know for a fact when it comes to this fight, and that's really the only thing we actually know in terms of Canelo versus Crawford. Is that Canelo is definitely the heavier guy. He's fighting higher weight class, so he's heavier than Crawford. But besides being heavier than Crawford, what else is he? I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, he's not bigger than Crawford, okay? And, when I say bigger, I'm talking about in terms of, well, let's just say he's bigger than Crawford, okay? I mean, in terms of mass, right? He's in terms of mass, he's bigger than Crawford, but not in terms of, he's not taller than Crawford in terms of height, right? So he's bigger when it comes to mass, but when it comes to height, he's not actually bigger than Crawford. Okay, so there's a lot of variables in this fight, and I don't really see power, which is what they say that Canelo has over Crawford, which we don't really know that for a fact. I mean, yes, now as far as we know, with Crawford at 154 pounds and Canelo at 168, okay, but the way to determine power is through knockout ratios, right? And so Canelo's knockout ratio at 168 pounds and overall over his whole career is like about 54, between 54 and 60 something percent, I believe. I saw 54%. Some people say 60%, but when I did my research, I saw it was 54%. So that's the knockout ratio that Canelo has. Crawford's knockout ratio is 75.8% or something like that, 75.8 or 9 or somewhere around there. So we can see right away that Crawford has the higher knockout ratio, if we, in their respective weight classes, right? So he has the highest knockout ratio, a higher knockout ratio than Canelo. I mean, those are the facts. So, the idea that Canelo is going to knock out Crawford and, he's risking his life by fighting Canelo is I mean, it's just pure cap as far as I can see. I really don't see, what they're talking about when it comes to Canelo in terms of this danger for Crawford because Canelo is so powerful. I mean, Canelo hasn't knocked out anyone in the past 4 years. Okay. Jamel Charlo went in there, didn't really do much. Canelo could knock him out. Canelo knocked down Jaime Munguia, couldn't knock him out. Some say he was carrying Munguia. I don't know. I don't know about that. It just seems to me that he couldn't knock out Munguia. Okay. So at the end of the day, you have a guy with a knockout ratio of 54%, which is Canelo, and another guy with a knockout ratio of 75.6%. I mean, the odds. The odds are more than likely that Crawford is going to be the one doing the knocking out, not Canelo. I mean, that's what the numbers say. At the end of the day, and nobody really knows how much power Crawford is going to have when he gets to 168 pounds, right? When he in that weight division, okay. For all intents and purposes, he could be more powerful than Canelo at 168. We don't know that yet. He could be less powerful. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we find out on fight night that Crawford is the bigger puncher at 168 pounds, right? It's conceivable, it's possible that Crawford could be the bigger puncher at 168 pounds. We don't know that yet. We're going to have to find out. That's another thing that Canelo is going to find out. And the fans also are going to find out on fight night. Who's the bigger puncher, Crawford or Canelo? Now a lot of people say, naturally Canelo is a bigger puncher. But again, I hate to point out the facts to people, the numbers, But again, people like to say that Canelo is a bigger puncher than Crawford, but again, that's not really fact. The facts are, the numbers say that Crawford's knockout ratio is 75.6 or 7%, somewhere around there, and that Canelo's is 54%. So you have one guy with a knockout ratio that's almost double the other guy's knockout ratio. So, it's more than likely in this fight that Canelo will get knocked out. It's possible. It's conceivable based on Crawford's knockout ratio. And if Crawford moves up and his power moves up with him, which we don't know yet, we're gonna have to find that out on fight night. If his power moves up with him, he'll be a bigger puncher at 168 than Canelo, because Canelo's not a big puncher at 168 pounds. Okay, his knockout ratio says it all, right? He's not a very big puncher at 168 pounds. He's not a knockout specialist. I mean, he knocks out little guys like, you know, Amir Khan. Okay, but he couldn't knock out Munguia. Munguia is not even a real 168 pounder. He's a 154 pounder. Okay, he couldn't knock out Ryder. The last guy knocked out was Sweet Hands Plant, right? 4 years ago. So Canelo is not necessarily a knockout specialist. And when it comes to Crawford, the only guy he has knocked out he has knocked everybody out except for Majimov, which is where he moved up a weight to take on Majimov, right? But he didn't knock him out. But he won by unanimous decision, which is consistent with his record, right? So basically, Crawford has knocked out everyone in the welterweight division. As a matter of fact, I think that is a new record or some kind of a record, because I haven't heard of a fighter knocking out everybody he fought in a division. I mean, everyone that he fought in that division. I've never heard of that before. So that's probably never caught for the record. So one guy is actually a knockout artist and the other one isn't. Okay, so the people that think that Canelo is just going to go in there, walk through Crawford's punch and knock him out, they're sadly mistaken. There's no such thing. That's not going to happen. Again, I hate to spoil people's opinions with facts, okay, but the facts are the facts. Unfortunately for some people, he couldn't knock out Jamel Charlo. Jamel Charlo went in there, didn't really do much. Canelo had nothing to worry about fighting Charlo. Charlo was even fighting back, basically. Charlo was basically the way Charlo was fighting was like, it looks like he didn't want to upset Canelo by fighting back, right? You know that it's like he didn't want to upset Canelo by hitting Canelo too hard, so he just danced around the ring for the whole fight. So that's basically where Canelo. That's the way Jamel Charlo approached that fight, right? Which is the way most people that fight Canelo approach the fight with Canelo, because most people that fight Canelo, they lost the fight before they even enter the ring, because they just come in there as opponents. They're not coming in there to win. Jamel Charlo didn't come to win. And it's not just Jamel Charlo, okay? I don't really think any of Canelo's opponents, for the most part, I don't think they came in to win. They came in to get that bag, right? And they came in there, to survive, a lot of them, to be able to go the distance. And most of them do go the distance with Canelo. So they're not really taking any big chances of getting knocked out with Canelo. They just got to, do a few basic things in there, and they'll survive. Okay, the only reason Plant didn't survive against Canelo is because he wasn't in conditioning to do that. You see, you can't if your strategy depends on you, expending a lot of energy, then your conditioning has to be up to par. You can't go in there half stepping, getting tired by the 8th or 9th round. That's not going to work. Excuse me. And that's what happened with Plant. He went in there and he wasn't, in condition, and he got knocked out, which is what should happen when you go in there half stepping like that. He could have won the fight if he was in better condition, but again, these guys, they're not going in to win; they're going in for the payday. Now that he went in there with Canelo, Plant is thinking, that maybe he can actually beat Canelo, so he's asking for a rematch after being in there with Canelo, right? So, I mean, I see a lot of people, out there talking as if, they're talking as if what Crawford is doing is just totally impossible, right? It's like he's going up against Goliath, right? The way they're talking, it makes it seem like he's going up against Goliath. But he's not going up against any boogeyman in fighting Canelo. Canelo is not a boogeyman. He's not a knockout artist. I mean, he's a good fighter. Some may even say a great fighter, right? Canelo. You could say, yeah, Canelo is a great fighter. But to think that Canelo is some kind of boogeyman that, you have to be afraid of because, he's going to knock you out, this, that, and the other, well, that's not really the case. I mean, again, most of Canelo's opponent was small guys. He went to 168 I fought a lot of big guys up there, right? Tall guys, Fielding, some other British fighters where he made some good money fighting these guys. I mean, these guys are not really, top tier uh, talent, so to speak, right? Because that's the reason why Canelo went to 168 in the first place, for easier competition. That's why he left 160 and went to 100. I mean, everybody knows that Canelo is too small for 168 pounds, right? That's not his natural weight size. But the reason why he went to 168 is to escape to escape the competition at 160. Because when Canelo was at 160, he was very hot down there, right? You had the Charlos was chasing him, both of them, and so was Andrade. Demetrius Andrade was chasing him as well. So he had a lot of guys at 160 chasing him. So he decided to move to 168 to escape the pressure of fighting at 160. I mean, he could have became undisputed 160 if he had fought Andrade, I believe, but he never fought him, right? So he left 160 without becoming undisputed to go to 168 to become undisputed there because it was easier, right? Most of the guys at 168 wasn't really top guys, until Benavidez and a few guys got there. But that's basically what Canelo did. So he basically went to 168 to escape the smoke from 160 pounds. So I say all that to say that the idea that Crawford is Crawford is taking jumping up some weight classes, but the idea that he should be worried about Canelo in terms of Canelo's power and his size, and I don't really see it. I think there's a couple of things that's going to happen that's going to surprise people, okay, and fight night, and one of those things is that we might it's conceivable that Crawford might be the bigger puncher at 168 pounds than Canelo. This is entirely possible, and this is if this comes to pass, then that's one of the surprises that people are going to be very. That's one thing that people are going to be very surprised about, right? Okay. The next thing, which I don't think that that it's that strange to think that Crawford might be stronger than. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say Crawford is stronger than Canelo, physically. Okay, so the idea that Canelo is going to be pushing him around and all of that, I don't see that happening. Okay, so if the power is not in Canelo's favor and the strength is not in Canelo's favor and fight night, then where does Canelo go from there? What's going to be in his favor? It's definitely not going to be the skills, right? So Canelo is massive, right? He's a short, stocky, massive type of guy. But if he's not stronger than Crawford, he's not more powerful than Crawford, then he's going to be in for a long night, okay? Because if Crawford is the bigger puncher, I'm pretty sure he's going to be letting those hands go. Now, we're not sure. Again, we're speculating here, so we're not sure how Crawford is going to adjust to that 168-pound weight, if he's going to be the bigger puncher or not. But I'm just saying that he might be the bigger puncher. It's possible that he could be. And I already know and believe that Crawford is probably stronger than Canelo right now at 154 pounds. Okay? So when he gets to 168 pounds, I mean, it's going to be even stronger. So, I mean, when you look at the numbers and play the odds, it's not looking good for Canelo. People keep talking about, Crawford, taking. I don't really see it. I think Crawford see, what I see. Basically that, if you can outpunch Canelo, right, and be stronger than Canelo, then he basically got the fight won. Okay, because I mean, he just have to work. I mean, now I don't know how fast Crawford is going to be at 168 pounds. That could be legitimately be an issue in terms of his speed at 168 pounds. He might be slower, right? He could be faster. You never know. But Canelo, has been at 168 for a while, even though that's not his natural weight. So he's naturally and he's quick at 158 pounds. There's one thing about Canelo that people seem to, well, I don't think they overlook it, but Canelo is pretty quick. He's pretty quick. He's not a slow-handed fighter. Excuse me. His feet are slow, but his hands are not slow. Okay, so maybe is it possible that Canelo could be the faster fighter at 168? It's possible, even though it might not be likely, but it's entirely possible that Canelo could be the quicker fighter due to the fact that he's been fighting at that weight class longer, so he's more used to it, right? And so that it's not as much effort for him. Okay, but again, we have to see what Crawford looks like at 168, because if he's stronger, and has more power than Canelo in terms of punching power, like I said, Canelo is going to be in for a long night. So I'm definitely looking forward to this fight. I don't really see, and that's why I'm going for the KO, because I think the reason why Canelo is going to get, this is the reason why I think Canelo is going to get knocked out, okay, against Crawford. Canelo is going to go in there, and Crawford is going to be outboxing him, okay? At some point in the fight, they're going to let Canelo know that, listen, you're behind, and you have to really go in there and try to get him out of there, okay? And Canelo is going to become more aggressive, start throwing more punches, because he's going to be behind in the scorecards. His corner is going to be telling him he got knocked Crawford out to win, and he's going to go in there and try to knock Crawford out. And when he does that, that's going to be the biggest mistake of the fight. Okay, he's going to get caught with a punch that he's not going to see, and Crawford's going to stop him. And that's the way I see the fight going, basically. And I say that happened around the 11th round, because by that time, by the 11th round, Canelo and his corner, they're going to be desperate, right? To try and win the championship rounds. And Canelo is going to go in there extra aggressive, trying to knock out Crawford, because he's going to be behind on points, okay? And his corner is going to tell him, hey, we got to take him out of here. We got to get Crawford out. And he's going to go in there, he's going to rush in, try to swarm Crawford, overpower him, and he's going to get knocked out. He's going to get caught with a good shot. That's going to be the end of Canelo. Okay, and I see that happening around the 11th round. Okay, so that's how I see this fight. I don't see this fight the way people are seeing it. I'm sorry. There's too much emphasis on Canelo's power, on Canelo's strength. Okay, and like people must have forgot how strong Crawford is. And like I said, I believe Crawford is stronger than Canelo right now with 154 pounds, much less when he goes up to 168. Okay, so I don't see Canelo as a stronger fighter at all. And again, I'm going to emphasize the fact that Canelo might not be the bigger puncher at 168 pounds over Crawford. It's entirely possible that Crawford could come into this fight at 168 as the bigger puncher. Let that sink in. All right? Crawford being the bigger puncher than Canelo at 168. Let that sink in, people. This is entirely within the realms of possibility that Crawford will be the bigger puncher come fight night. And if that's the case, it's not going to be a good look for Canelo. Okay? Canelo is in trouble. So, I mean, a lot of people don't understand why, a lot of people wonder why, Canelo is so resistant to take this fight. Canelo knows what he's looking at. Regardless of what Canelo might be saying about one fight or he only had one good fight, you can believe one thing. First of all, I don't think Canelo even want the fight because he knows what could happen. And for sure, Eddie Reynoso, Canelo's manager, don't want this fight. I mean, not his manager, his trainer. Eddie Reynoso don't want this fight with Crawford. He knows, he's a trainer. He knows boxing. He knows what he's looking at. Okay? They know what Crawford represents. Crawford is definitely a threat to Canelo. And if there's anybody out there that can beat Canelo, it's Crawford. Eddie Reynoso knows this. Okay? And the most important thing that they realize about Crawford that a lot of other fighters that fight Canelo don't have is that Crawford is going to go in there without any fear whatsoever of Canelo. Crawford has complete confidence in his skill set. Okay, so a lot of people don't realize that that Crawford is more of a fighter who he doesn't really. Crawford is not really a boxer. Okay, I mean he's a boxer in the sense that's his profession, but I think he's more of a fighter, more of a warrior than a boxer. Right? Crawford, I've seen a lot of fighters. Right, I watch a lot of fighters, and there's only one fighter that I've seen with the confidence of Crawford, and that's Mayweather. I've never seen a fighter with the kind of confidence that Crawford have, except for Mayweather. And I'm pretty sure that Eddie Reynoso and Canelo, they know this, and they're looking at that factor. Okay, they see the confidence that Crawford has. Okay, they see that he believes in himself. They see the skills that he has. So for Canelo to win most of his fights, and I mean, I don't see any problem with it, but I think that when Canelo goes into a lot of his fights, the fight is already won before Canelo even step in the, let's just say half the fight is already won before Canelo even step in the ring. Okay? Between the judges and the opponents that Canelo is fighting, Canelo is already halfway to winning the fight before he even step into the ring. Because most of these guys don't go in there to defeat Canelo. They're scared of Canelo before they even get into the ring, and they just go there basically to survive, okay? Because they're believing in this narrative about Canelo, So they don't really expect to win, and a lot of them don't even expect to not get knocked out, okay? So when they go in there and survive, you can see you see how happy they are getting beat by Canelo because they made it, out of the fight, just like Jamal Charlo did. He was so happy and so proud of himself that he actually went the distance with Canelo. So this is what most fighters who fight Canelo, once they go in there and lose, this is how they console themselves with the fact that they went the distance with the great Canelo. Because none of them expect to win. But the difference between Crawford and these guys is that Crawford expects to win. And he's going in there to win. And this is something that Canelo and his people and his team, they're not used to that. They're used to people going in there and laying down, That's what they're used to. So that's going to be another problem for Canelo. The fact that Crawford is not coming in there to lay down, he's coming in to fight, unlike most of the people that Canelo fight. They don't really go in there to fight. I mean, they fight as best they can, but at the end of the day, a lot of them didn't really expect to even win the fight before they got into the ring in the first place. So, they're not really, fighting to the best. Maybe, as far as to the best, they're not really fighting to their ultimate best, but they believe that they can win the fight. So again, only two fighters that I've seen that have the confidence, when they go into the ring against their various fighters, and that's Crawford and Canelo. Excuse me, Crawford and Mayweather. Okay? Mayweather always believes he can beat his opponent, and I see the same thing in Crawford. He never believes he can lose. So he's not really a boxer, like a regular boxer. I think he's more like a warrior, more like a fighter. He actually believes that he can beat anybody that he comes up against. So it's not about he can beat any boxer. Crawford believes that if any fighter, anybody that comes to him or tries to, say he went out in the street somewhere and some guy comes up to him and, the guy could be 250 pounds, Crawford would still believe he could beat that guy. Okay? So this is the difference between Crawford's mentality and a lot of other fighters' mentality. A lot of these other fighters, they don't have that self confidence and belief in themselves that Crawford has and that Mayweather had. So basically, what I'm saying is, hey, what's up, Bold and Understanding? Welcome to the chat. Okay, yeah. If you got something to say, just go ahead and say it down there, and I'll put it up on the screen. So yeah, a lot of these fighters that go in there against Canelo, they don't really come in there to win, people. They come in here to collect a check, and they just come in there to survive for the most part, and that's what most of them do. They just go in there and survive. Even when Canelo is not really doing that good, these guys are just curling up in the corner somewhere, and I mean, uh, it's kind of embarrassing sometimes. I mean, especially in the case of Jamel Charlo. I mean, Munguia tried his best, but he was really a 154 pounder. Uh, Belanga, he tried, but again, he's a rookie. He's not really, he doesn't really, he's not really ready. He wasn't even never really ready to face Canelo. And again, even him, Canelo couldn't knock him out. So the idea that Canelo is some kind of knockout machine is wrong. He has knocked anybody in quite a while. The real knockout machine is Crawford. He's the one knocking people out, knocking out every fighter in the welterweight division, including Errol Spence. Okay, he knocked out everybody. Every fighter, that got to be some kind of a record. I'm pretty sure it is. So, for me, I see Canelo possibly knocking out. I see Crawford possibly knocking out Canelo, like I said, by the 11th round. And again, I'm going to tell you why. I think that Canelo is going to come in there and Crawford is going to basically outbox him for the most of the fight. Okay. Crawford is going to do Crawford is going to basically outbox Canelo for most of the fight. And Canelo is going to get desperate in the later rounds, in the championship rounds. Okay. I think that by around the 9th, 10th round, Canelo's corner is going to be, they're going to be desperate. They're going to be telling Canelo, hey, we got to get something done here. He's running away to fight. You're behind. You got to do something. You got to go in there and take him out. And Canelo's going to come into the ring. He's going to, trying to knock Crawford out, and he's going to get caught with a counter punch, and he's going to get dropped. I think a lot of people are underestimating, Crawford's power. Why, I don't know. I mean, the guy has a 75% knockout ratio, and Canelo got a 54% knockout ratio. So the idea that Canelo is going to be the one doing the knocking out is kind of strange to me. I mean, again, it's possible that Canelo, that Crawford could come into that ring, and at 168 pounds, he could be the bigger puncher. It's entirely possible. So again, I already think that Crawford is the stronger fighter right now. At the end of the day, okay. So I mean, even now at 154 pounds, I think Crawford is stronger than Canelo. And again, if he comes into the ring at 154 pounds, I mean, if you come into the ring at 168 pounds and he's a bigger puncher, which could happen. I mean, it's not impossible that Crawford come into the ring at 168 pounds and be the bigger puncher. It's entirely possible. All right? So, if that happens, then Canelo is going to be in for a long, long night. So I just don't see the fight going the way most people think, and I don't think a lot of people who are so concerned about Crawford. I don't think they need to be that much concerned. I think again that he's gonna be catching Canelo with a lot of counters, walking him into a lot of different traps. It should be a good boxing. It should be a great boxing match, because I mean Canelo is not a slouch himself, so. He's going to try, he's going to do his thing, and he's going to try his best. But I don't think his best is going to be good enough. Okay, I think that I think Crawford's speed, especially his foot speed, is going to be too much for Canelo. Okay, and I think that Crawford's power is going to surprise Canelo. Maybe not, because I think that's one of the reasons why Canelo is so resistant to taking this fight in the first place. I don't think Canelo wants this fight. The only reason he's going to take this fight because what Turkey is basically forcing him to take the fight. Okay, I mean, he's making him an offer he can't refuse. at the end of the day. So that's what I think, and that's the only reason why Canelo is going to take this fight, if he actually takes the fight, because I don't think he signed it yet, and I think that they're thinking really hard about. They're probably trying to figure out a way. They're probably trying to figure out a way to get. Excuse me for a minute. They probably Canelo right now is probably trying to. Him and his people are probably trying to figure out a way to where they can get some fights from Turkey without actually fighting Crawford. I bet you my money that the whole people say, why do I have to fight Crawford? Just give me some fights. I can fight somebody else. And then the Sheikh is probably telling them, no, Canelo, this is why you're here. If you don't want to fight Crawford, then we'll have no fights for you. Okay? You have to fight Crawford. So I think this 3-fight deal they're talking about is probably one to fight William Skull, and then probably the other 2 fights is the fight between Crawford and then the rematch, because I'm pretty sure Canelo probably told the Sheik, he probably told Sheik, listen, man, okay, I really don't want to fight Crawford, but if I have to fight him, definitely want a rematch in place. So, just in case. So that's probably what the 3-fight deal is about. It's probably just 1 fight with Skull and 2 fights with Crawford. That's probably what they're negotiating about. Okay, who's going to be the A side, the B side, depending on who win or who lose. So this is probably what we're looking at. So at this point, I'm thinking that that the Sheikh Al-Sheikhi is still trying to get Canelo to accept the fight, and Canelo is still being hesitant to accept the fight, because again, if this fight was as easy as people are claiming that it's going to be for Canelo, or Canelo is claiming that Crawford is important about it, then why is it taking so long to negotiate the fight? I mean, everybody knows that Turkey Al-Sheikhi has the money, so it's not an issue of the money why the negotiations are taking so long, right? It can't be the money, unless Canelo is asking for too much money, which it wouldn't surprise me, because I don't think he actually wants to fight Crawford. Okay, I think this is going to be his toughest fight of his career. That's what I think, and I think he knows that's going to be his toughest fight. I don't think Eddie Reynoso wants this fight for Canelo. I think that neither Eddie Reynoso or Canelo wants this fight, and I think they look at this fight as an existential threat to the legacy of Canelo, and it is, because Canelo is going to lose. Okay, so at this point, what they're probably negotiating about is how much Canelo is going to get paid for losing. That's it. And Canelo wants a high price for the loss to Crawford, and they're probably trying to convince him, to take a little bit less. Yeah, okay, you're gonna lose, Canelo, but that mean you gotta get $150 million. I mean, come on. Okay, we'll give you the rematch. You can make more money in the rematch. Okay, you can get a rematch after you lose. So this is basically probably what the negotiation is going on about. So people can be out there talking a lot of nonsense about Crawford. I mean, I wish that Canelo actually takes some of these people's advice and go in there and try to overpower Crawford, to walk him down and knock him out. I'd love to see Canelo try that. Okay, walk Crawford down and knock him out. Okay, let's see him do that. I would love to see it. It's not going to happen, people. Okay, people got to understand something. People say when Canelo fought Mayweather that, and this is, we're going to the ghost of Mayweather now. People said that when Canelo fought Mayweather, he was smaller. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He wasn't smaller. He was less experienced, but he wasn't smaller, right? Because at the end of the day, Mayweather is a very small guy, and at the time Mayweather had brittle hands, and he was having problems with his hands, but he still was able to keep Canelo off of him. And I'm saying to you now that Canelo, was probably faster and stronger than this Canelo that we have now. Okay, the only difference between them probably just the experience, right? So in terms of physical abilities, I'm pretty sure a 22, 23-year-old Canelo was probably stronger than and was definitely faster than the 34-year-old Canelo now, right? So now Mayweather is a small guy. He's not a big puncher. So how was Mayweather able to take Canelo's punches? And how was Mayweather able to keep Canelo off of him, being such a small guy? And people keep saying, "Oh, well, they follow the catch weight." No. You see, people get this thing mixed up, right? People keep getting mixed up about the weight that these guys fight at and the weight that they weigh in at. Okay, it's a big difference, right? So Canelo didn't fight Mayweather at 153-pound catch weight. That's the weight that he weighed in at. Right? He weighed in at that weight. But on fight night, Canelo weighed against Mayweather on fight night. Canelo weighed 171 or 172 pounds. Hey, what's up, Blue Hustle Man? So Canelo, at the night he fought Mayweather came into the ring at 152 pounds, right? Canelo came into the ring at 171 pounds. Almost the same weight he's weighing now when he goes into the ring. So, the idea that he was much smaller is total nonsense, okay? Because, again, people keep getting mixed up between the fighting weight and the weigh-in weight, okay? Because there was no rehydration clause in the Mayweather fight. He just had to weigh in at 153 pounds, but he could, by fight night, he was up to 171 pounds, right? So we're looking at a 171-pound Canelo fighting a 150-pound Crawford. 150-pound Mayweather against a 171-pound Canelo. 20 pounds difference, right? That was the difference in weight between Mayweather and Canelo, 20 pounds. I don't think the difference between Crawford and Canelo is going to be 20 pounds. It's not going to be that much, okay? Because I think Crawford is probably going to come into that ring at about 175 pounds, right? Because he came in at 169.8, which is just let's say 170 against Majimov. So, he didn't come in at 154 pounds. This is what people are thinking when they think, especially these casuals. Oh, he's only 154 pounds and, Canelo is 100. No, that's not the way it works, people. We have to go by their fighting weight, not the weight that they're weighing at. Okay, and from what I know in the Canelo fight against Munguia, I'm hearing that he came in around 177 pounds, right? Canelo, right? And then Crawford came in at 169 pounds. So the difference between their weight was less than 10 pounds. Okay, and remember that Crawford is at 154 and Canelo is at 168. Now, the reason why, Canelo doesn't rehydrate that much at 168 pounds because he's not really a 168-pound fighter. So he can't rehydrate that much. Crawford is going to rehydrate to more than Canelo in terms of, their respective weights, right? So he's going to gain more weight. Not that he's going to be heavier than Canelo, but like, for example, if Crawford rehydrates, say, 16, 17 pounds, Canelo might rehydrate 9, 10 pounds, right? Added to his weighing weight, right? So since Canelo is not really a natural 168 pounder, he's not going to blow up too much past 168 pounds. He might go to about 180 something, maybe. Okay, I don't think he's going to come in there in the 90s because he's going to be too slow. So I think he's going to want to come in light, like he did for Munguia, right? Say 178, 77 pounds, and Crawford probably going to come in around 175. So that's what I see. That's how I see this fight. So people get these weights mixed up. They think that that Canelo is huge, way bigger and heavier than Crawford. No, it's not the case. That's not the case. Okay, You know, so if Crawford is going up to 170 pounds from 154 pounds, that's 16 pounds rehydration. He's rehydrating 16 pounds, right? That's a lot of. I mean, so what is he going to rehydrate to at 100 and say 60 when he weighs in? I don't know if he's going to weigh in at 168. He's probably going to weigh in at 162, maybe, I don't know, somewhere around there, and he's probably going to rehydrate up, you know, to almost 180 pounds. So I don't think on fight night that Canelo is going to be much bigger than Crawford. And again, it's conceivable that on a fight night that Crawford could be the bigger puncher. But let's see what all this bold understanding have to say. Let's put him on. Here we go. What's up, Bold?
Hey, what's going on, man?
All right. So what you got to say about this fight that's coming up?
Me personally, I would like to see Crawford take another fight prior to stepping in. Can't keep taking these year-long layoffs and hopping in the ring. I think that's going to catch up to you, especially if Canelo takes what looks like to be a tune-up in May. I think Crawford needs to take a fight himself, especially, you know, since he's moving up. You got to get acclimated, and just, you know, just stay active, you know. And I don't care if he even fights a bum. He just got to stay active, you know. He can't just be taking these year-long layoffs. That's how I look at it.
Well, we're hearing that he might be fighting Derenchenko?
Well, apparently that's just a rumor now, but Derenchenko team hasn't confirmed that. They probably would take the fight, you know what I'm saying, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. But I just think Crawford needs to. Y'all gonna say he would... I just think Crawford needs to take another fight. If Canelo takes another fight, Crawford needs to take another fight. You gotta stay active. I don't even care if you fight Abney Yildirim or Yildirim or whatever. Just take another fight. You know what I'm saying? And then going into that fight with Canelo. However, look, I understand people say they the same size, but they technically not. I mean, Canelo is more of a dense, you know, compact fighter. He's real stocky. He might not be tall, but he's real stocky. And I just think Crawford needs to box well, you know, and don't get caught up in a slugfest. I think as long as
Crawford's not really a slugger. I mean, he's not. I haven't seen him do too much slugging in his fights.
Well, my thing is sometimes you see people get caught up into the, I guess,
the heat of the moment
when they promote the fights. So I look at it like this. Remember when Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney promoting a fight, and Ryan Garcia, even before the fight, he tried to draw Devin Haney into a slugger match, a slugfest, and that's what Devin Haney actually ended up doing. Thinking he was going to slug it out with Ryan Garcia, and then get his ass dropped. You know, when Devin Haney was boxing, as long as he was boxing, he was doing good. But then when he tried to, I'm gonna go mano y mano with your ass, then his ass was getting, you know, knocked all over the place. And I was just like, come on, Devin, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you're right about that. He was winning the fight by boxing, actually. Yeah, I saw that, and like you said, he got careless and started going to trying to knock out. Because he said he was going to do. I guess he got his emotions got the better of him, but I don't think that's going to be Crawford. Crawford is the Iceman. He's not going to let his emotions get the better of him. I mean, other than the fact that usually when Crawford gets touched, or if someone gets a punch over on him or whatever, he tries to get it back. But that's just what you're supposed to do, because you want to win the rounds, which is why Crawford never loses any rounds, really, too much. I mean, he always, if you touch him once or twice, he try to touch you 4 or 5 times before that round is over with. So that's what a fighter is supposed to do, and that's why, you know, his record is what it is. You know, he just try to stay on top of the fight round by round. He's trying to win, you know, the rounds.
Yeah, and another thing too is that I will box, but I also would, try to dictate the fight with some power too, because I'm just gonna say this: when Canelo fought Amir Khan, right, you could clearly see Amir Khan was outboxing Canelo before he got knocked out. But according to the judges' scorecards, that wasn't the case. You know what I'm saying? So you and then I look at the Bevo fight. All three judges had identical scorecards. Not just it was just 7-5. I mean, it was literally identical. Even though in my eyes, I thought Bevo won that fight 10 rounds to 2. So I just think while he's outboxing Canelo, he has to actually dictate the pace, maybe doing some eye-catching shots. And personally, I will go to Canelo body. See, a lot of people don't go to Canelo body. But I seen Canelo get hit to the body. He's not as, I don't know if he's is actually tough to the body as he is to what, up top. You know what I'm saying? Even if he was, you just got to go to the body anyway. Just invest in the body a little bit. I ain't saying you got to live down, like live downstairs or whatnot, but just mix it up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm pretty sure Crawford is going to go to the body. I mean, he usually does. And Canelo is so wide and so big that he's gonna be hard not to go to the body. You know what I mean? So Canelo is gonna be right there for him to go to the body because Canelo is gonna be trying to come forward. So I think he's gonna go to the body, and I think in terms of his power, I think it's gonna surprise a lot of people, including Canelo. And to me, it's entirely conceivable that come fight night, Crawford could be the bigger puncher. A lot of people don't really understand that. They think, Canelo is the big puncher, which I don't really understand why they think that, because Canelo knockout ratio is only 54%, and Crawford is 75%. So, I mean, why would you think that Canelo is going to knock out Crawford? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Not if you're going by numbers. If you're going by, your emotions and your if you feel this way or that way, but if you look at the numbers, it's more likely that Canelo get knocked out than Crawford get knocked out at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, you got to look at it from each way he was fighting. Now, Canelo was also getting knockouts at 168. So, and then he got a knockout at 175, even though I thought the shit was rigged, but he still got a knockout at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, but when's the last time he knocked anybody out?
That's true. But he's still getting knocked downs. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but he's not finishing those guys when he knock them down. That's the problem. You see, if you really have the power that they claim that he have, then once he knocks somebody down, he will finish them. But he can't even do that.
Well, I think what I think what happened is some of these guys and I hope Crawford doesn't fall for this. For some reason, when Canelo starts stalking, they just back in the corner. And some of them just panic and get hit. I think the only person who didn't panic when he got dropped was McGear. He was the only one that did. He was trying to throw it, and he just actually got caught. But like Berlanga, if you saw that fight, this dude was backing up to the ropes. It seemed like he was just happy to be in the ring with Canelo. Let Canelo just walk him down. And he was the bigger man. He let Canelo walk him down.
Well, what's up, Real Prison Talk? What's up with Tommy? Yeah, well, that's another issue that we're gonna deal with when it comes to Crawford, because most of these guys, like I said, before you got on here, I was doing my little solo thing. Most of these guys don't go in there to win against Canelo. They're going there to collect the money, and most of them go in there with the idea that they're going to lose. The only thing they're really trying to do is not get knocked out at the end of the day. Okay, so most of his fights, Canelo already won the fight before he even steps into the ring, whether by the judges or by his opponents being lacking, right? So there's a lot of advantages to Canelo, which is why he wins a lot of these fights, even though if he probably shouldn't. If these guys actually put up a fight, like you said, most of these guys go in there just to whatever. Like I mean, clearly, I don't think that. Even Munguia, even though he put up a fight, believed that he could have won the fight. He probably thought that, he can go in there and give it his best. Okay, but I don't think he believed he was going to win. I think the same thing goes for Berlanga, and definitely that goes for Jermell Charlo, because he came out of the fight and he was pretty proud of the fact that he went the distance.
To
Right?
me,
So,
he seemed like he just took a dive. To be honest with you, he ain't
well,
even. I mean, he didn't even
I,
try. He didn't. He the one dude that really didn't even try to fight. He talked all that mess. Go to the press conference, and then he's like all silent, ain't want to talk, and nothing. I'm just sitting up here like,
Canelo is his boss, man. You have to understand these guys. Look at the way they talk about Canelo. They talk about him like he's God, like he's there, like he's the. They talk about Canelo like he's the white Jesus sitting in their living room on their mantle or on their dresser or wherever they got that picture of that Jesus. So the way they talk about him, this, that, the other. But at the end of the day, Canelo is just another fighter. And he's, good fighter, but not necessarily the best as far as I can see. So, not even the best among Mexican fighters, right? Because there's a lot of
nah.
Mexican fighters much better than Canelo.
I think what it is it's good matchmaking. I think, and I don't want to like put Canelo down. I gotta give him credit. I'm not even a Canelo fan. Like it almost like I can't like stand him mainly because of his some of his dumbest fans. But I do got to give Canelo some credit. He has 4 fighters, but he also has avoided some fighters that nobody wants to admit. You know what I'm saying? That he avoided fighters as well.
Yeah, we know that.
But
He has invited a lot of fighters at middleweight. And that's why he moved up to 168 pounds in the first place.
yeah,
Because he tried to avoid the smoke at 160 pounds. So there was a lot of people chasing him at 160. So he moved to 160 to get away from them. That's just, I'm not trying to stating the facts, ain't trying to put anybody down. Those are the facts. Okay.
yeah. But I'm just saying, like some people, you say something, they be like, oh, y'all just hating on Canelo, but those same people be hating on the people that want to fight Canelo. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
just it's like like I said, like I heard, I was listening to the boxer voice earlier. He was talking about, well, if Terence Crawford beats Canelo, he better not retire. He better give Canelo his get back. And I'm sitting up here like, Laura never got his get back, and a lot of people thought Laura beat Canelo, and it was
Yeah.
like,
Well,
Bevo never got his get back. He beat Canelo. Canelo ain't even want to give Bevo a get, you know what I'm saying, to get back. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why they got so much high expectations for Crawford if he was to beat Canelo. Talking about he shouldn't retire. He got to give Canelo that rematch.
I personally, I don't think he's going to retire after he beat Canelo. So I think there's going to be a rematch because Canelo is going to want the rematch, and I think it's going to be in the negotiations that they're doing right now that the rematch is going to be there. So
Yeah,
we're not going to see one fight. We're going to probably
he
see
might want the
2.
rematch, but will he activate the rematch? Because remember, he had a rematch clause against Bevo, and that rematch never happened.
Well, that remains to be seen if he's actually going to act. It depends on how bad he gets beaten by Crawford. Just like how Spence was supposed to react to his rematch, but he hasn't done that, and he probably never will. So, well, he did supposedly, but somehow he was. I don't see that rematch happening. I don't know if Spence is going to fight again, based on what's going on with him right now. So he might never even fight again. So, and he should probably retire because that, with everything that happened to him, and plus that beating that he got from Crawford, I mean, that was a vicious beating. And then and prior to that, even before he got the beating from Crawford, he got a vicious beating from Sean Porter in that fight. That was a brutal fight right there, so it took a lot out of both of them in that fight. And then, the Crawford fight, which up to this day, every time I think about that fight, something always coming to. I'm always thinking, why didn't they stop the fight? Why didn't his corner throw in the towel? Why didn't Derrick James stop the man from taking such a beating? If I was in that ring, if I was in the corner, that fight would have been stopped in the 6th round. It wouldn't have went past 6. Okay, because by the 6th round, everybody's seeing what was going on, and even if you went to the 7th, 2 knockdowns in the 7th round, and you still let the fight go on until the referee had to stop it. I mean, that is crazy. It's like did he hate Spence or what? I mean, I don't get it. And
Well, I mean, you gotta understand that's a PBC event. They, he was pretty much their golden child. You know what I'm saying? So they was giving him chances and stuff like that. But I mean,
chances to do
I
what?
thought the referee did a good job overall. I thought he stopped it at the right time. I mean, it wasn't
Yeah,
nothing
well,
Spence could do.
the referee did his job. I'm just saying that if the fight should have been stopped. I mean, I'm not gonna say the referee did a bad job, but I think he could have stopped the fight in like the 7th round. And I think that they should have thrown the power.
He got up quick. It wasn't like he was. So Crawford did get the 2 knockdowns in the 7th, but it wasn't like Spence was wobbling all over the place either. He still got up.
He was wobbling, and he got up. And like you said, he got up quick. He got up too quick. When you get knocked down like that, when you jump up that quick, that means you hurt. Because you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to sit down, wait for the referee to continue the count to like around 7, and then you get up slowly. You don't just jump up.
I don't think
you're not thinking.
No, I don't think he got up too quick because again, after the count, he was ready to go. You know what I'm saying? I because that's almost like saying the fight really should have been stopped between Haney and Garcia. Look how many times Haney got knocked down, and Haney, especially the first time he got knocked out, he was really hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's a difference.
He went the whole distance. You see what I'm
saying?
So
Haney didn't get the beating that Crawford that Spence got. He didn't get that kind of a beating. He got knocked down, when the punches landed, but he wasn't. He was actually winning the fight. So it wasn't like he was getting beat down every single round after round.
No, I'm not saying beat down every single round, but what I'm saying is look at the difference between Spence getting knocked down and Haney getting knocked down. I mean, by the time Ryan Garcia knocked him down a 3rd time, that if the referee right then and there would have stopped the fight, that would have been a good stoppage. Like I'm being dead honest, but credit to Haney, he kept getting up, he kept getting back in the fight, he kept coming with a game plan. But I mean, if you look at Haney's, you know what I'm saying, his knockdown looked more vicious than the Earl Spence knockdown. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but again, I should point out to you that Haney finished the fight, right?
He did.
Okay, do you think that Spence was going to finish that fight if the referee didn't stop it?
I don't know because, like I said, it was a good stoppage. It was a good. No, I'm saying it's a good stoppage at the end of the day. I mean, Spence
go back to the fight, and at the 9th round, when Crawford started going after him, do you think that Spence was going to finish that fight?
Again, that's what I'm saying. It was a good stoppage by the referee, but all I'm saying is that every time Spence got knocked down, he kept getting back up, just like Haney.
Yeah, but I think that I don't think he was getting ready to get knocked down again. He was getting ready to get knocked out when the referee stopped it. That's the difference. So Haney got knocked down, but he never was really knocked out. Okay, he kept trying to get up, even though, like you said, someone like one of those knockdowns looked pretty bad for him. He was struggling to get up. And the thing about Spence again is that he got knocked down 3 times and he got up very quickly, which you're not supposed to do. Okay, you're not supposed to do that when you get knocked down. When you get knocked down, you're supposed to stay down and take the count. Don't just jump up and let the referee start the fight right away. No, you stay down as long as you can, take the count, and then you get up. And then that's time going by, giving you a chance to recover. That's what the 8 count is for. So if you're just going to jump up at the count of 2 and the referee's going to shake your hand and put you back in there, that's a big mistake. And that's the mistake that Spence kept making every time he got knocked down. And that just shows you that he wasn't really in the fight like that. Because if he was thinking, he would have stayed down and took those counts and got a little longer reprieve before he got back in there to get punched again.
Hey, I was going to say, seemed like you made some new fans in the comments, bro. You talk about Canelo and they just hop up out of nowhere.
Well, it was not just fans. A lot of these are Canelo supporters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they
well, I mean, it's all good. I mean,
you put Canelo in that title, bro. They come out like a cult, like in a cult, basically. You know what I'm saying? They be worshiping Canelo, bro. They got a Canelo,
but like I said, it's
poster
like
in their
for a
bathroom.
lot of these guys, like I said to you previously, for a lot of these guys, Canelo is like the white Jesus that's sitting on their living room table. That's what it is. That Canelo is like their god. So what do you expect? I mean, and there's a lot of people out there.
And you see how they think too. Like they think once you beat Canelo, every time you beat their hero, it's not because you outbox them. They're gonna say that you ran. I'm reading their comment.
See, that's the next thing. I don't think
they already saying Floyd was running from Canelo when he fought him.
Okay. Okay, here go. What is that? Zero Cool. Zero Cool said, let me put it up on the screen what Zero Cool said. Zero Cool, my man. Worshiping Canelo? Nah. I just saw the BS description. What is this BS description he's talking about? He's talking about the fact that Crawford gonna KO Canelo by the 11th round. That's what he's talking about, and that the fact that I said that Canelo must be in the best shape of his life to not get knocked out by Crawford, which is facts. Because if Canelo goes in there slipping, goes in there half stepping, it's going to be a knockout, and more than likely that's what's going to happen to Canelo. Okay, he's going to get knocked out. Okay, because again, I think the speed and the power of Crawford is going to be very surprising to a lot of people, probably including Canelo, even though I don't think so, because I think Canelo and his trainer, Eddie Reynoso, this is a nightmare for them. This is the worst nightmare that could ever happen to them. They don't want this fight by any means. If they can get out of this fight, they're going to get out of this fight because they don't want it. I know Eddie Reynoso don't want this fight. When Eddie Reynoso look at Crawford, man, it's like it's his worst nightmare. Okay, he don't want to be up against a guy like that because there's nothing that Crawford doesn't have. He's a complete fighter. Okay, and there's a lot of little things about Canelo that's not really, on the up and up. He makes a lot of he telegraphs his punches. Okay, the conditioning is not always the best. He gets, he starts slowing down in the later part of the fight. When he goes with that left hook, he's wide open for a counter. So there's a lot.
I think what I think too is that a lot of these diehard Canelo fans, they really don't want to see the fight because deep down inside, they know it's a possible upset that could really happen. So they'll say things like, "Oh, it's a lose-lose situation for Canelo. Oh, this does nothing for Canelo." They say things like that just because deep down inside, they feel as though Crawford is really a threat. Now, when it's somebody like Munguia, they don't say shit. When it's Munguia, when it's Edgar Berlanga wanting to fight, they don't say nothing. They too happy. They too happy celebrating like, oh yeah, we're gonna take him out. They don't never say, hey, Berlanga didn't do anything for Canelo, even though Berlanga never won a championship, never did nothing in the sport. But you notice none of them never said Berlanga doesn't do anything for Canelo. They will never say anything like that because deep down inside, they already know, man, he'll beat the shit out of Edgar Berlanga. So, they don't have no fear of that. But when it's somebody that they know deep down inside that will give Canelo problems, all of a sudden, oh, he doesn't deserve a fight. He just wants a payday. He wants a retirement check. Oh, he just, it's like a whole bunch of excuses.
That's facts, 100% facts, and I agree with you 100% on that. And that's right. That's going straight to the point. Even though they keep saying this payday nonsense, when it's Canelo the one that wants the payday, he's the one that's asking for $150 million to fight Crawford. Crawford is the one bringing Canelo the money. It's not Canelo. The money that he's gonna get paid for this fight is not gonna be pay-per-view money. Okay. Crawford is bringing him the bag. So just like he bought it for Spence. So at the end of the day, and then Canelo is saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna fight him." But if they pay me enough money, okay. So you want the payday, right, Canelo? Okay, so you're gonna get the payday. But you're probably gonna end up losing your titles for that payday. So I guess it's an even trade. So yeah, you're right. These guys, You know, these guys, like you said, they don't have any problems with, you know, Berlanga, Munguia, who, like you said, do nothing for Canelo's record. Okay,
Yeah,
that's nothing for his
they done
legacy.
nothing.
They done nothing
And
for his
it's crazy
legacy.
because they give Canelo all these passes. This is one of the reasons why I don't really like I don't have really nothing against Canelo, you know, maybe minor shit, but his fans, not his regular fans, but his delusional fans is what's get on my nerves. Like I'm looking at the comment, do say, oh, it was about a Mexican against Puerto Rican. Like, get out of here with that nonsense. Berlanga ain't done anything to make that fight. Canelo came out after the Berlanga fight, say, oh, they said I won't fight young guys. Yeah, we know what young guy you don't want to fight, which is David Benavidez. That's the young guy you don't want to fight. They didn't say, Canelo, you don't fight young guys. They said you don't want to fight that young guy. So, you know, when Benavidez was pushed for the Canelo fight, you know what they said? Benavidez don't deserve to fight. Like they literally said that. But
Yeah, well,
Berlanga
again,
does.
they gotta protect their guy. I mean, that's their guy, right? It's like the Spence Aero Spence Protection Brigade. So Canelo, and you have to remember that a lot of these guys that was in the Aero Spence Protection Brigade, they're on the Canelo Brigade now. They just jumped. First, they had jumped to Boots, but Boots disappointed them. So now all of them is on the Canelo. All those same guys that was talking about what Spence was going to do to Crawford and how Bud didn't deserve to fight. Why, the same talking points you hear now about him and Canelo. All those guys are on that bandwagon right now. They're on the Canelo bandwagon because they want to see Crawford lose. Okay, even though they have a deep deep down there's a suspicion that Crawford might win. Right? So they're like saying, oh, he shouldn't take the fight, and they're worried about Crawford because he's going up against Canelo, and why he got to go against Canelo? Why can't he just stay at 154 pounds? All this nonsense, So
Yeah,
it is what it is.
if anything, if they support Canelo like that, right, they should be celebrating that. You know what I'm saying? If they truly feel as though Canelo's going to destroy Crawford, they should be celebrating this. They should be like, oh hell yeah, man,
Yeah,
yeah, we
right.
want this fight. You know what I'm saying? But they be talking about, oh man, he doesn't deserve it. He want that retirement check. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
I'm telling you, they know deep down inside that Crawford will be a tough opposition for Canelo.
yeah.
They know that for a fact. That's why they quick to protect him so bad or whatnot. They always talk about everybody want a Canelo payday, but Canelo's the one asking for a payday. 150 million for Crawford, 200 million for Benavidez. But
Payday,
they don't never say, yo, Canelo want a payday, a payday.
payday.
Yeah,
Canelo
they
wants
they
payday.
they say Canelo deserved that amount of money. But when anybody else asks for a lot of money, it's
He
all of a
want
sudden
payday.
they want a payday.
Yeah.
It's just, this joint is too hilarious, man. I've been debating these clowns for years, man. I'm like, damn, bro. It's like elementary at the end of the day. I used to deal with these damn Spence fans. They used to do the same thing, man. Oh, he Earl Spence is the age side. Crawford need to cross the other side of the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when it's Canelo, it don't matter what street you on. When it's Canelo, it doesn't matter what street you on, bro. You could be on the zone, you could be in Top Rank. As long as Canelo want to fight you, it don't matter what street you on. Nobody ever said
Hold
somebody
on.
got to cross the street.
Let's visit memory lane for a second.
This is the life that I chose, huh? That's like before Richard, huh? And I got the glaze, you run up on me, I'ma make you get it. I'ma make you get it.
So when I stop him, y'all gonna say he was too weak.
On my life.
And he stayed at 147.
You would not stop
too long.
me. You would not stop me.
Okay.
Crazy. What's you smoking on? Esmer, hey.
Okay. Yes, sir. So that was Spence. That was Crawford prophesying about what was going to happen. And that's exactly what did happen. At the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. They made all the excuse.
Exactly what happened.
They said Earl Spence was a shell of himself. Oh, the car crash, Earl Spence. Oh, he had neurological damage. Before the fight took place, they was swapping down Earl Spence was going to beat Crawford. And then after the fight, it was like 3 million excuses.
Okay, so here's Zero Cool again. And this is a misconception that we're talking about here. So here we go. Canelo could, he says, let's put it on the screen. He says, Canelo could ask, he brings in the money. Let me just explain to something to you right now, Zero Cool. There's no, this is not pay-per-view, you know. I don't, this is pay-per-view fight. Yeah, they're going to have a pay-per-view, but that's not what's going to pay the money for this fight. They're not going to pay it off of the pay-per-view. The Sheik has the money in his back pocket, okay? He already have the money, okay? The Sheik asks Crawford, he says to Crawford, who do you want next? And Crawford said, I want Canelo. He said, okay, I'm going to make Canelo an offer, right? Canelo didn't want this fight. He still hasn't signed yet. He hasn't signed the paperwork yet, as far as we know. He's still resisting, right? Crawford is the one that's bringing this money to Canelo. Canelo is saying he doesn't want the fight, but he wants the money, though. He wants the money, but he don't want the fight. But at the end of the day, okay, he's going to have to take the fight to get the money. So Crawford is the one that's bringing the money. This is not a pay-per-view that he's going to get paid through. He's going to get paid from the Turk. Okay, so all this talk about, you know, Canelo's not bringing the money in this fight. The money is being brought to Canelo and offered to him by the Sheik and by Crawford. Okay, end of story. So much for that.
Yeah. This dude Zero is highly emotional. He typing with a bunch of emotions or whatnot. That's why he just, you know, sitting up here just arguing mainly with himself and whatnot. But it, you know, I like I said, I just love pissing off these groupies, man. These groupies, boy, they like to sit up here and try to tell who deserves what and don't deserve anything. These boxers make more than than what they make in a whole year. You know what I'm saying? One fight, they make more than what they make in the next 20 years and whatnot. But they'll sit up here and talk about who deserve more money.
I mean, how much money did Berlanga and Munguia bring in? I mean, at the end of the day, the reason why supposedly, you know, the reason why they're talking about this fight right now with Crawford is because supposedly Canelo was going to go ahead and fight William Skull instead of Crawford or whatever. But
well, technically, I heard he still might have that fight.
Yeah, because I think what's probably going to happen is that you know, he probably wants to. Well, we heard that he said he wanted $30 million for that fight, and he's not going to get that money from PBC, right?
He I think he'll get that fight with Skull, right? But check this out. You know, Canelo fans ain't going to say, man, why Skull? What has Skull done? They'll never say that. They look at Skull as food, which he is. He's food, and they will be like, they have no problems with Canelo fighting William Skull.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, yeah, you're right. But what I'm saying is that you're 100% right. But what I'm saying is that Canelo came out and said he wanted $30 million to fight Skull. But again, where he's going to get that kind of money to fight Skull? Not from PBC, because PBC don't have that money to give him to fight Skull. So more than likely, what's going to happen is that in the deal, Turkey's going to say, okay, you want Skull? You can go fight Skull as long as you fight Crawford next, okay, which will be in September, right? So you fight Skull.
To be honest, I wouldn't even, if I was Turkey, I wouldn't even let that. I'd be like, man, you better go find your own fight.
But that's not business, bro. I mean,
I'm saying the fight. You if you Turkey, you gonna pay somebody $30 million to fight William Skull?
Yeah, he'll do it because he got the money, and that's no big deal for him.
Me personally,
plus he's gonna bring in. That's gonna bring in the fight that he really wants, which is Crawford. So he's gonna do it because he wants the Crawford fight. Okay, and so if Canelo goes in there and say, look, okay, I'll fight Crawford in September if you pay me to fight Skull in May.
I let PBC fund that. PBC had no problems funding. Check it out. Canelo went to sign with the PBC, right? PBC was going to try to line up David Benavidez. Canelo said, hell no. Nah. But they allowed Canelo dictate. They allowed Canelo to bring dudes that was on different promotional companies to fight him. 2 dudes from the zone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll let, if I was Canelo, if I was Turkey, I'll let Canelo keep playing in PBC. Like, yeah, PBC, you dumb.
Well,
You the one.
PBC, from what we're hearing, PBC is going to be working with Turkey as well. They don't have any choice, really. I mean, all of these boxing outfits are going to have to deal with the sheep
Oh yeah,
because
yeah,
you got the
yeah.
money.
Well, PBC, I can't wait till it becomes official that they do work with Turkey because I'm gonna clown the hell out of the PBC. Remember, Canelo last fight, you saw Tom Brown he was making fun of the sheep, talking about, oh, yeah, if you wanna have all these movie times of this, we ain't with all that. Or if you wanna be out there and thinking you the junk, we ain't with all that. Now, if they work with the PBC, I'm a clown. If they work with Turkey, I'm a clown the mess out of PBC because they
Well,
corny, man.
well, supposedly, what's that? Amazon is not giving them any money. They're just giving them a platform to promote it, to show their fights. And so they're not really getting the money from Amazon. So where they're going to get money to put fights on if they don't have money? You hear everybody complain about not getting their money, this, that, and the other. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna. It would be stupid not to join the Sheik. At the end of the day, it doesn't make
No,
any
you're right.
sense.
You right about that. You're right about that. But what I'm saying is, these dudes put their foot in their own mouths. You know what I'm saying? They was sitting up here a lot. It's the same thing Oscar De La Hoya did. I ain't gonna let some guy from outside of America come over in this country and think he gonna run boxing. First thing, soon as Oscar had the opportunity, he jumped on board right away.
Of
Started
course,
working with the Chief.
it's
Oh
like
my
when
bad,
I
bro.
remember when the Zone first came out, right? All of these guys, all these content creators out there, oh, the Zone, who's gonna fight on an app? Who's gonna fight on an app? Nobody's gonna want to fight on no app. Well, now the app is the one that's running shit.
Mhm.
The Zone, from what I'm hearing, the Turkey has bought out the boxing part of the Zone. Okay, so so they own that now. So this is what we're seeing. The Zone is basically becoming like the Amazon of boxing. So the Apple of boxing. They the big boys. So everybody's gonna have to deal with them one way or the other because they don't want us putting out the money for the fight. Look at the fight that's coming up next in February, right? The 22nd. Look at the fight that we just saw with Crawford and Majimov and all these guys. Where do you ever see in the card like that? Now look at what they're talking about with Devin Haney, Teofimo, Ryan Garcia, and all these guys. All these fights. If not for Turkey, we'll never get those fights. Okay,
Oh, nah, we wouldn't.
we'll have people like Tank out there talking nonsense about he can make his money here. He doesn't need to go over there because before.
He trying to do the same thing. Canelo, he talking about I want 150 M's. I'm like, man, Tank, go sit your ass down somewhere, bro. You ain't even making half the amount Canelo made.
Tank says he can make the money here in America.
Even though I clown Canelo, at least the man is drunk. You know what I'm saying? At least he is making money. You know what I'm saying? Even though I think he asking for an outlandish amount of money, at least he is the one that's making that type of money. Tank, I don't know what the hell Tank talking about, bro. That man, I want 150 M's. Tank, man, get in the ring with somebody, bro.
Yeah. So
they like that's what I'm saying. Like,
well, see what Tank. The deal with Tank is this, right? What Tank is not liking is the fact that his people and his team, they probably they don't like the fact that before. Remember, like Tank was almost like Canelo, right? Whoever he decided to fight, that's who he would fight,
right.
And it'd be a big money fight for that person, right? But now these fighters don't need Tank to get the big money fight. Okay, they get the big money from the Turk. Okay,
right.
The Turk.
Right.
So that's putting Tank out of business right there.
But Tank still, for his weight class, he does sell out arenas. I will give him that. He does sell out arenas.
I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm just saying that now.
They don't need him. Like basically, they can't no longer dictate who's the best. You know what I'm saying? They can no longer dictate that. I gotta fight this guy so I can make the most money as I can.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing with the Sheik said he gonna pay money. Sheik want to see you fight a real fighter. He ain't gonna pay you $30 million for a tune-up. Like that just ain't gonna happen. Because
That's
that's
what.
what a lot of fighters been doing over here. Because these promotional companies, right? Don't get me wrong, they put on some good events and whatnot, but let's just be honest here. Some of these fighters, man, they be fighting tune-ups, and
Yeah.
they inflate these characters, their opponents, and make it look like these dudes are worthy of a match. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
they even do it. They even go even more sinister than that. What they do is this. So you have a guy like Tank, or you have a guy like Canelo, right? So they go into training camp for a month. Then they call up a guy and say, "Hey, we got to fight for you, but hey, you got to be ready in 2 weeks." And you'd be like, "Huh? 2 weeks?" They say, "Yeah, but hey, guess what? This is gonna be the biggest payday of your life." What do you think most guys are gonna do?
Oh yeah. They shoot. That's the whole thing with Frank Martin, right? Everybody knew Frank Martin. This dude basically he avoided Shakur, right? And Holson, he got lucky to land a Tank fight, and all he did is made $500,000. Like, dude, come on, man. Like Frank, but you know what it is that these people they don't mind because I look at it at the end of the day, it's all about marketing, right? Who you lose to, I guess, really matters. So if you lose to a Tank or a Canelo, it matters because they say, well, look, I lost to that guy. That guy's the cash cow. I lost to him. Boom. Now, if you lose to somebody like a Shakur Stevenson, it's like, damn, Shakur doesn't really sell. And I got embarrassed. Now I can't really get the payday that I actually really want to get. Or, if you lose to like a Bevo, you know what I'm saying? It's like, fuck, man. This dude ain't really selling like that. Nobody really knows him here in America. So since I got embarrassed, I don't think I can get that payday that I really want to lead up to the big fight. That's how they think. It's all about, it's a business on their side because they pick and choose who they want to sell their old to.
Yeah, well, and if you are gonna get the biggest payday in life, you're gonna sell it to Tank or you're gonna sell it to uh, Canelo, right? Because that's your big payday. So yeah, so that's what it used to be. But now with the Turk in there, you get a big payday if you fight. You don't got to fight Tank to get a big payday. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to go up against Tank or sell your older Tank or whatever. You can get a big payday fighting the fight that the people want to see you fight. Nobody asked for Tank Lamont Roach. Nobody asked for that fight. Okay, nobody was out there saying, "Yeah, we got to see Tank against Roach." I mean, no disrespect to Roach. I mean, I'm sure he's a great guy and all of that, but nobody asked for that fight, right? People asked for Shakur, they asked for Devin Haney, they asked for other people, but they never asked for Lamont Roach, a guy that's another weight class below him, right? So that's what it is, and so these guys, like they say, they pick the fight they don't want to fight, and they don't care about legacy, they don't care about belts, they just care about how much money they can make from the next fight. But now you don't have to. You can still care about all that and still make money with the sheikas in the business, right? Because this is what it's all about. So this is why a lot of people don't like him. It's not business as usual. And then on top of that, he's making these guys do VADA, which is great. That's what it's supposed to be. You want the big money, you got to do the VADA testing. End of story. So yeah, I think he's great for boxing. I hope he sticks around for a long time and get this boxing game straightened out. It's the same thing with the Devin Haney and in the Devin Haney situation. A lot of people was clowning Devin Haney for suing Ryan Garcia, saying, "Oh, he needs to get it back in the ring. Why is he why is he trying to sue him for assault and battery? That's what they do. This, that, the other." But that's people that when they want to run a narrative. Some people run narrative just to be running narrative. Some people run narrative because they're getting paid, and some people just don't know what the hell they're talking about. Right? At the end of the day, the reason why in the lawsuit, in the countersuit against Devin Haney by Ryan Garcia, in the countersuit, they're stating the fact that one of the reasons why they're trying to overturn the lawsuit by Devin Haney is because Devin Haney is trying to use the lawsuit to force a rematch, right? So, right away you get this. Once you know that, then you know exactly what's going on. Because at the end of the day, without the lawsuit, there was no way Devin Haney was going to get that rematch if the Turk wasn't involved. Okay.
Well, I thought the lawsuit was against really Golden Boy because of the money situation.
Yeah,
because they didn't get paid. Haney's didn't get paid for the battery. The whole battery situation.
Well, I can only go by what this is what I read in the countersuit. So I can
Okay.
only go by what the countersuit said, and it said according to the lawyer Devin Haney's too. According to I have it somewhere here, but I just want to go looking for it now. But according to them, according to Ryan Garcia's lawyer, they even called it like frivolous. So they said that he was trying Bill Haney was trying to use the lawsuit to force the rematch and to do damage to Ryan Garcia's brand by forcing a rematch. So this is what they said. So and again, this is this is borne out by the fact that what every time they talk to Oscar De La Hoya about the rematch, what does he say? Well, we don't need a rematch. Why do we need a rematch? Everybody saw what happened. We don't have to get a rematch for what? You don't hear Ryan Garcia talk about a rematch, right? So every time they ask,
the crazy part is, right, when this whole thing first went down, they were saying, Devin, you need to get it back in blood. Why are you suing? Then I heard a rumor that they said he dropped the charges, wants the rematch, and now Ryan Garcia doesn't want it. But you notice they don't say, hey, Ryan Garcia, you got to let Devin get it back in blood. They don't say that now.
Well, you can't really pay too much attention to what these people are saying again, because these same people that's saying that why is he suing was the same people that was telling Deontay Wilder to sue Tyson Fury for cheating, right? Even though there was no cheating in the fight, right? But they wanted Deontay Wilder to sue Tyson Fury, which he took him to court and got the fight. He forced him to fight in the rematch, right? But they didn't have any problem with him going to court or anything like that. But what I'm saying to you is that, and they will say to you, oh well, he was just trying to get Deontay Wilder to come back Tyson Fury to come back and fight. He wasn't trying to. But that's exactly what Devin Haney was doing. They're trying to get the fight, the rematch, because without the lawsuit, there is no way that Ryan Garcia would have ever got that rematch.
Well, the thing is, the going to court situation with the Wilder and Tyson Fury situation really had nothing to do with the gloves, because the Deontay Wilder situation, he had a rematch clause for that third fight.
Yeah, I know. That's what they went to court for, to get the rematch. I understand that.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying to you. That's what they want to get. And I'm saying to you that that's exactly what Devin Haney is doing right now. He's going to court to get that. Part of that lawsuit is for him to get that rematch. Okay, because without that, there's no way that Ryan Garcia is going to give him a rematch, and we all know that because of what's transpired after the fight. Every time we Oscar De La Hoya, Golden Boy,
that lawsuit Devin Haney is doing, it's a rematch. That's just for battery. That has nothing to do with forcing a rematch.
Yes, it does. That's what I'm saying. How do you know that?
Because it was never no rematch clause in that fight. That was just
which is why the lawyer is Ryan Garcia's lawyer states the fact that Devin Haney is trying to force the rematch in the lawsuit. This is what he said. This is Ryan Garcia's lawyer.
He could say that. The lawyer could say that all he wants, but you're not forcing a rematch based off a battery. That's like two different separate.
No, you don't understand how this thing works, bro. That's what I'm getting at. Look, what I'm saying to you is this, okay? As part of his own filing in this countersuit, this is Ryan Garcia's lawyer's countersuit, okay, to Devin Haney's suit. They're saying in their countersuit that Devin Haney's trying to force the rematch. So I shouldn't believe that. They lying that Devin Haney's trying to force a rematch. Why would they have that in the countersuit?
They could. What I'm saying is that they could say that in the suit all they want. That what the Haneys are taking Ryan Garcia with the Golden Boy situation is not forcing a rematch. There's nothing to honor there. Ryan Garcia could just be like, I ain't give your ass no rematch.
No, you can't just bro. You don't understand what happened. Remember the fight was overthrown. Okay.
No. I understand. It turned into a no contest, but that
Yes.
doesn't. Right, but that doesn't.
So now,
force.
but hold on. Let's just say, okay, all right. So I'm Devin Haney. So me and you had a fight, right? You cheated me, okay, and you got a victory over me by cheating, right? The victory was overturned. But even though the victory was overturned, okay, and I have a 0 still, I still don't like the fact that you cheated me. So I want a rematch. And I want a rematch.
Right.
I want a rematch under fair conditions. That means I want you to take VADA the whole 9 yards. So how am I going to get that done? The only way I'm going to get that done is through a lawsuit. Okay,
you cannot force a rematch through a lawsuit because there was no rematch clause. That's what I'm saying.
That's not true. That's not true. What you're saying, that I don't see. Where is that written down that you can't do that? Tell me
where's it written down that you can do that? Because
it was in the countersuit. That's where it's written down. I'm telling you where it's written down. It's in the countersuit by Ryan Garcia. Okay, this is what's going down. So you telling me that?
No, I'm talking about the Devin Haney. Where in his claims, like in the suit, that it says we want the rematch in a Devin Haney suit. That's what I want to know, because you can't force a rematch without it's a contract. How you gonna?
Well, again, in their countersuit, this is what Ryan Garcia is stating, that they're trying to force them into a rematch. So I'm pretty sure that if they wasn't trying to force them into a rematch, they wouldn't put that in their countersuit. Okay, so I mean, to me, it's just common sense. So if hold on, let me see something. Yeah, so if that was in their countersuit, if that was in their suit, why would they have that in their countersuit that they're trying to force them? I mean, they just.
That's Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia like to just say anything.
No, that's not Ryan Garcia. That's Ryan Garcia's lawyers.
Right. Okay. So, okay, he's speaking for Ryan Garcia. That's what I'm saying. Of course, they gonna say that. Ryan Garcia say anything for attention.
Bro, this is not saying anything for attention. This is a lawsuit that you're filing in court. This is not just talking.
I get it, but at the end of the day, you cannot force a rematch. There was no rematch clause to it. That's like, let's go back to the Toto and Margarito situation, right? They did rematch, but there was no lawsuit saying.
Okay, so let see. I'm not gonna. I don't want to waste a lot of time talking about something, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go straight to the. I'm gonna go straight to the videotape, as they say. Okay. So,
all right.
So we're gonna look at this lawsuit that I'm telling you about, right? So here I'm gonna read it. Let's see where it is. They wanted $75 million in damages. Okay, so let me see if I can pull this up on the screen.
Now, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not doubting what you're saying, that what they said is true, but what I'm trying to say is, how can you force a rematch when there's no rematch clause?
Well, only a lawyer, I guess a lawyer would know how to do that. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just going by what they're saying in their countersuit, and which is what they're saying. And this is what their lawyer is saying, not what, Devin Haney or anybody else is saying. This is what they're saying. So, in here, it says here that, during 2024, Ryan Garcia has attracted attention for his behavior on social networks, public appearances in which he has kept himself in the conversation. This time, he added another episode to the plot after fulfilling his threat and through his legal team to countersue Devin Haney and his father, Bill Haney, in which, according to Boxing Scene, King Rye counters the Haneys and alleges assault, fraud, breach of contract, for which he is seeking a figure of $7.5 million in damages. The lawsuit is being used for perverse purposes to force Garcia into a rematch clause. The lawsuit is being used for perverse purposes to force Garcia into a rematch, to cause him economic harm, to damage his reputation, to encourage unwarranted investigations, and to obtain media attention, Garcia's attorney, Craig Weiner and Rena Jane, said of the Haney's allegations in a 33-page complaint filed December 4th, adding that the defendants may want to settle personal scores, but the abuse of the judicial process and harassment of Garcia has cost Garcia millions of dollars, and they must be held accountable. So there it is. Okay, so this was actually filed in court. So this is what Craig Weiner and Rena Jane, who is Garcia's attorneys, are saying, that the lawsuit is being used for perverse purposes to force Garcia into a rematch. So that's it. There's nothing else. Those are the receipts. Nothing else needs to be said about that. Okay, it's done. That's what they were trying to do. They wanted to force them to take a rematch, and they probably wanted to force them to do it under VADA. But now they don't have to do that because of the money that they're going to get. It looks like Garcia is going to, was going to do it voluntarily. So right now the lawsuit is not ended; it's been suspended. Okay, the lawsuit has been paused. So so that means that if Garcia doesn't go through with the VADA testing and the rematch, then the lawsuit will be back on. End of story. So again, my point is that the lawsuit was the same as the Deontay Wilder lawsuit. They was trying to force a rematch. Okay, simple as that. And whether they could have gotten away with it or not is not the point. The point is that's exactly what they were doing. So, according to Ryan Garcia's own lawyers. You still there?
Yeah. I'm in a car. I had to set up my Bluetooth real quick.
Yeah. So I'm gonna. So that's basically, the. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put that that link to that lawsuit in the description so people can check it out for themselves.
Now you did say that they allege that he's using it for forcing a rematch. Because what you allege doesn't mean that's what said. They just allege that Haney was using it for a rematch.
They can only allege it. They can't say for sure. I mean, it's a lawsuit, so it's not like they can say, yeah, he's definitely doing it. And again, it's not alleging it. They're not charging him. He's the one is Ryan Garcia's lawyer who's filing the countersuit. This is a filing, a court filing. Okay, they're filing a court case. They're countersuing Devin Haney, and in their countersuit, they're claiming, they're not alleging, they're claiming that Devin Haney is using the rematch, is using the lawsuit to force a rematch into a rematch. That's what they're saying, plain and simple. Those are the facts. Okay, and so it is what it is. It can change that. It's on the record. Okay, it's on the record. It's in many publications. It's in the courts. Okay, you can call up their lawyer and ask them. I guess Craig Weiner and Rena Jane. So this is what they're alleging. This is what they're claiming, I should say. So that's what it is. So which is not surprising to me, but people got to run with narratives because that's what they do, right? So they're out there, running these narratives about Devin Haney trying to get back at Ryan Garcia in the court system instead of in the ring, when it's the exact opposite. He's trying to get back at Ryan Garcia. He's trying to get him back in the ring. And the only way he's going to do it, because again, every time you ask Oscar De La Hoya about the fight, what does he say? Oh, no. We don't need to see. Why do we need to go back to that fight? It's over with. We all saw what happened. That's it. He lost. That's it. We're not. Well, we have our plans. We don't. That's not in our plans. And so, if Haney has no other alternative but to sue him, okay, and so he did what he had to do. But now, luckily, that which could have taken a good while for that to happen, to go to the court case, the whole 9 yards. If he probably would have won the case because Ryan actually pleaded guilty to the New York State Commission that he did what he did. So he was going to lose that case anyway. Okay. which is why he asked the case be dropped if he's going to fight Devin Haney, because that's what the case was about in the first place. Okay, so this is just simple. It's not rocket science. Okay, the case was about the rematch from the very beginning, and Ryan Garcia knows that. Okay, which is why once the fight is going to happen, Devin Haney and them have no problem, dropping the case if the fight happens. But they just pause the case just in case the fight doesn't happen, just in case Ryan Garcia doesn't decide to. He might say, I don't want to fight anymore, and whatever. Once they drop the case, so they didn't drop the case; they paused it. So he's either gonna do the rematch or he's gonna get sued. Either way, so I'm pretty sure he's probably gonna go to VADA like he's supposed to, because the money is gonna be good. He's gonna do what he has to do to make the fight happen, and then he won't be sued, and he plus he'll make money on top of it. So he's good. So it's a no-brainer for him. Okay, and Devin Haney gets to get his rematch. Okay, under fair conditions. So yeah, I'm all for it. It's good. So that's basically what that was all about. So all these guys out there running narratives, the what's his name, Boxing Eagle, Fannin, the haters brigade, the haters cartel. Okay, all of them out there running these narratives about Devin Haney, KQ, KC, Box, all these guys out there running these fake narratives about Devin Haney. He's not a man because he don't want to fight him again. It's all nonsense. Okay, they don't know what they're talking about, and a lot of these guys are just running these narratives for whatever reason, whether they're getting paid or whatever, what the hell they're doing it for. I have no idea. But at the end of the day, it's all bullshit. Okay, it's nonsense. And I just laid out the facts. And nobody, people, as it goes, some people, even facts can't, sway some people because they're too invested in their emotions when it comes to these things. So, no matter what you say, they're going to believe whatever they want.
Yeah, that's true.
But I can hear you. But that was basically it, bro. That's what the deal was. As a matter of fact, yeah, that's what the deal definitely was. So yeah. So that was what it was all about, the rematch. And now that we're gonna get it, they don't have to go through all that. But back to the Crawford situation. I can't wait for this fight to happen. I can't wait because I think there's gonna be a lot of surprises in this fight. People, thinking that Canelo is just gonna walk Crawford down because he's too small and this and all of that. None of that is gonna be the case. I'm gonna give you the likely scenario, and this. I'm not saying it's gonna be exactly what it is, but it's gonna be a likely scenario on fight night. But the likely scenario on fight night is gonna be this: Crawford might come into this fight on fight night as the bigger puncher. That's a likely scenario. Not saying it's exactly what's going to happen, but it could happen. That he be coming as the bigger puncher than Canelo.
You saying he'll be a bigger puncher than Canelo?
Yeah, it's possible that he could be a bigger puncher than Canelo at 168 pounds. It's entirely possible. He got, his frame, he got a big frame.
Now you do got to take into account he never fought at that weight either. So
yeah, well, that goes without saying. But that has nothing to do with his punches being bigger or not.
I just think, if I was him, I wouldn't focus on trying to be a bigger puncher than Canelo. I just focus more on just trying to outbox Canelo.
Well, again, you don't have to be a bigger puncher than Canelo. I'm just saying it's a possibility that he might be. Okay? He might be a bigger puncher. I'm not saying that he will be the bigger puncher. I'm not saying, for sure he's going to be the big. I'm saying it's a possibility that he could be the bigger puncher at 168. It's entirely possible. Okay? So simple as that. Now, I'm not saying that he's going to focus on knocking out Canelo because, as Crawford himself says, he doesn't go in there looking for any knockouts. He never does. And he also says he never knows which punch is going to knock somebody out. Okay, that's another thing he said. He said he don't know which punch. He said sometimes the punch that he thinks is going to knock the guy out doesn't knock the guy out, and then some punch that he throws just knocks the guy out. And he said he's just as surprised as anybody else, which is kind of amazing when you think about it, right? So this is what he says about his, so he never goes in there looking for the knockout. And most of the time he said the punches that knock out the guy is not the punch he expects to knock the person out. It's just some punch that he throws and he just catches the guy and he knocks him out. And he's just as surprised as anybody else when the guy gets dropped. And now that he said that, I've seen that before, more than once in his fights, because when he was fighting, when he fought Merciless, Jose Merciless Benavidez, when they was in the 12th round, right, he threw a right uppercut. That was the punch that caught Benavidez, right? He threw the right uppercut and Benavidez buckled. And as Benavidez buckled, the left hook came right around over his head. So if he hadn't buckled, it was the left hook he was trying to hit him with, really, but he caught him with the right uppercut. He threw the left hook as a follow-through, and Benavidez buckled and fell below the punch, and the punch went over his head. So if he hadn't fell, he would have got caught with the left hook and the right uppercut. So that's an example of what he probably talking. He probably never expected Benavidez to get dropped by the uppercut. That's why he was looking for that hook, that left hook that he threw. But he didn't need the left hook. He threw the left hook, but Benavidez was already falling to the ground. So that was just, that's the same thing. That's how he fights. I mean, he follows through on his punches, right? It was the same thing with the first knockdown in the 7th round against Spence, right? When he threw the uppercut again, he caught Spence with the uppercut, and before Spence could fall down, he already threw another with the same hand. He threw a right hook and caught Spence on the side of the head as he was going down, right? He follows through with his punches, right? So this is the difference between Crawford and a lot of fighters. Okay, it's the same thing with the Alvarez fight. He threw the right uppercut and then caught him with the left hook and took him out with that 2-punch combination, right? Follow through. A lot of guys, they fight a guy like Canelo, and they're just glad to land one punch and get out of there. Okay, they're not really trying, to throw a combination or throw too many punches because they don't want to get hit by Canelo. So I don't see that happening with Crawford. He's going to follow through with his punches, and I think he's going to be tagging Canelo all night long. And by the time the 11th round comes, Canelo's going to be so desperate, he's going to have to sell out and he's going to get stopped. And that's how I see the fight going.
I would say this, though. He got to prepare for those. Crawford got to prepare for those arm punches. You know what I'm saying? Because Canelo's the type of person that's going to hit you just about everywhere. Arms, shoulders, or whatever. He got to be prepared for that.
Again, this is going to be another misconception that people have about Crawford. I don't think that those punches are going to be any real threat to him at all. Because again, I mean, not to say there's going to be any threat. It's not going to be as much of a threat as they are to another fighter. Because at the end of the day, Crawford, his foot movement and the way he's going to be moving in the ring and the stances that he's going to be using, he's going to, for most of the fight, Canelo is going to be off balance. He's going to have to keep resetting. He's going to be off balance a lot of time. And as he try to move, boom, he's going to get tagged. So this is what's going to happen. The foot movement is going to give Canelo problems. He's going to be off balance. So he's not going to be getting set like I see him do with these guys, where he comes in front of them. They back themselves into the corner. Canelo just stands there, squares up, and just throw that vicious left hook, like a vicious left hook. And these guys just, trying to cover up in the corner. That's not going to happen. Crawford is going to be moving. Canelo is going to try to set, because Canelo got set to throw his punches. And every time Canelo throw a punch, he telegraphs it, especially that left hook. You can see coming a mile away. But most of these guys are so scared, They're not even thinking about getting out of the way. I mean, I don't know what they just be in there. Nah, you can't do that. Canelo's going to keep him off balance. So most of the time, he's not going to be able to throw his punches at the kind of emphasis that he needs to, because he's going to be throwing it off balance. He's going to be trying to get his balance to get Crawford's going to be moving, lateral movement, side to side, moving around. And then when Canelo miss, he's going to make him pay, which is the difference. It's going to be the big difference in this fight. When Canelo misses Crawford, he's going to be paying. In all this other fight, he can miss as much as he wants to. Nobody's really trying anything. They don't want to make it. They fight Canelo like they don't want to make him mad. They don't want to get him too upset. So they just fight, in the bubble. But that's not going to be the same way with Crawford. He's going to be fighting Canelo for real. And every time Canelo miss, he's going to make Canelo pay. And believe me, Canelo's going to miss a lot of shots. And he's going to get countered a lot. And the difference between a Crawford counter and a Mayweather counter is that the Crawford counter is going to be a lot harder. Okay? It's going to be a lot harder than the Crawford. Now, if Mayweather could keep Canelo at bay with his little punches, with his brittle hands, okay, imagine what Crawford punch is going to do to Canelo. People keep thinking that Canelo is just going to walk through. No, believe me, that's not going to happen. I don't think Canelo is going to even try that. More than likely, he's not going to try that, okay? I don't know if you ever look at Crawford's hands. Like, this guy has huge hands, bro. Like they're like hammers. It's like a sled. He got hands like a sledgehammer. Okay, so believe you me, this is going to be a great fight. I can't wait to see it myself. I think it's going to be an exciting fight. It's going to be a masterpiece. You know what I mean? So yeah, because I think at the end of the day, this fight is a good fight for Crawford to see what his limits are. Where's his real limits? I mean, we haven't seen it yet, so I think we're gonna see where he is in this fight. And win or lose, it's gonna be a great fight. But I think that I just think he's gonna win. If he loses, he loses. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I just don't see it happening, because again, if Canelo couldn't take out Berlanga, you know what I'm saying? Munguia, who got knocked out in the first, knocked out by a guy with 4 knockouts. One punch.
Munguia's situation, he got caught by surprise. Like, dude surprised him. You know what I'm saying? He caught him in between punches. But now what I will say is it's kind of hard to knock out a person who isn't trying to get knocked out, who's just really in there just to survive. Like Jermell Charlo. Like, Jermell Charlo basically laid down for Canelo, didn't even try to fight Canelo. And, he wasn't going to get stopped. If he, you know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't even try to fight. So when you more concerned with just trying to survive instead of fighting, then it's hard to, get the person out of there.
Yeah, but see, that's where I hear what you're saying, but that's where cutting out the ring comes in at, and ring generalship and all that comes in at. Okay, so Canelo wasn't able to do that with Charlo, which is another issue, right? So he let these guys off the hook. When before, he probably wouldn't do that, right? Because back in his earlier days, I don't think Jermell Charlo would have went the distance, no matter what. Now, even if he had a real bicycle in the ring riding around, okay, Canelo would have knocked his ass out. But again, the Canelo today, say Canelo, of yesteryear, okay. So he's not as fast as he used to be, and I don't think his endurance is what it used to be, which was never that good in the first place. So for the most part, when Canelo fights, he doesn't really have any. Except for like when we saw him in the Bivol fight, right? He doesn't really have any issues with these guys, because they don't really force him to have to fight too much. He basically fights at his own pace, right? Whatever pace he wants to fight at, that's the pace. That's the way the fight goes. He sets the pace in all these fights, and he just fights comfortably, basically, until the fight, either he knock the guy out or the fight go the distance. Which for the most part, his fights go the distance, right? So he's fighting there comfortably. He doesn't have to rush. He doesn't have any issue with pace. The judge is on his side, so he got everything going his way. But when when Crawford, he's gonna have to fight, and which is gonna make him get tired even more than he usually does. So he probably get tired a lot quicker than he usually does. Because he's gonna have to fight against Crawford. Okay. And not just, so he's not gonna have to be just physically sharp. He's gonna have to be mentally sharp in there. So he's gonna be exhausted by around the 8th or 9th round. And we already know how Crawford fights. I mean, I think he probably the last of the 15-round fighters because he fights like he can go 20 rounds. So, and he could knock you out just as bad in the first as he could in the 12th round. So that's why I see a late stoppage. I think by the 11th, 12th round, Canelo's going to be tired, worn out from taking so many punches from Crawford, exhausted, and he's going to be behind in points, and he's going to have to knock Crawford out to win, and he's going to try, and he's going to get caught, and he's going to get stopped. End of story. That's the fight that I see. That's how I see the fight going. So anybody out there agree with that, let me know. But that's how I see the fight. And I'm going to bet that too, as a matter of fact, Crawford by knockout. Okay? I wonder what the odds are going to be for that. I got to look it up.
You said by knockout?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to bet. Crawford by knockout.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like the odds are like wide in this by knockout. I'll pick the knockout too, but
yeah,
do you like really think he's going to knock him out though?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey.
I mean, it's more.
I tell you what, if he gets the knockout, bro, that's going to break a lot of people's hearts, especially those.
Well, it's going to break a lot of people's heart twice. Because
especially those Canelo fans, bro, they gonna say Canelo was drinking too much. He was drinking and driving, and that's why he got knocked out. They gonna make up something.
I saw a Punch Drunk. He was saying that he dares Crawford to go toe to toe with Canelo. Which is what you was talking about. What you was talking about earlier. You know what I mean? Yeah. Crawford's not gonna go in there and go toe to toe with Canelo like that, but he's not gonna be running from Canelo either. So at the end of the day, they just want. A lot of these guys deep down know, bro, that Crawford is a serious threat to Canelo. They know it. So they're trying to, give Canelo every kind of edge possible. Well, Crawford is too scared to fight with him toe to toe. Like Crawford is going to go in there and try to do the same thing Devin Haney did. It's not going to happen. That's not the Crawford. He's not that kind of a fighter. Okay? No disrespect to Devin Haney, but Crawford is a much smarter fighter than Devin Haney. And much more experienced as well. Okay? So, it is what it is. And, I mean, I can't wait, really, bro. I can't wait for this fight. It's going to be a great fight. I mean, I'm just want to see I'm even interested to know which stance is Crawford going to use, the left or the right stance, the southpaw or the orthodox, or is he going to use both, or is he just going to stick with one like he did against Spence, or is he going to switch it up?
Yeah, I think he should just stay southpaw. That seems like that's his best side anyway, because maybe like switch it up later on the fight and then go conventional. But
it depends on who he's fighting. I mean, I guess that would depend on
because Canelo isn't used to fighting southpaws. I mean, who's the last southpaw he fought? Lara?
I don't know the question is how many southpaws has he actually fought?
What's that?
How many southpaws did he fight?
I think Lara's a southpaw, I believe.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that's one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any other ones.
I'm sure there's more. So I'm gonna find out right now. Hold on. Let's see how many. And a lot of people talk about defense and how Crawford don't have any defense. I mean, these people be talking a lot of nonsense, really. So he fought 3 southpaws in his career. James Kirkland, Billy Joe Saunders, and Erislandy Lara.
Yeah, all right. So Kirkland case, that dude came off with what, a 2-year layoff or something like that?
Yeah, something
He
like
got
that.
he got him out of there. Billy Joe, that was a good win for Canelo. I know people trash Billy Joe, but it was a good
Well,
it was a
he
good
was
win.
another guy that was off for a long time
He
before he
was
got sick.
outboxing Canelo. Though. He just kept doing the same. He kept ducking into the damn punch, and then he ducked right into the uppercut. That's what got him.
Yeah, that was a funny fight. Canelo, Canelo folded him up like a lawn chair. Oh man, that was hilarious. Canelo mashed him up, man. He deserved that. He talked a lot of nonsense. He was talking a lot of nonsense about gypsy this and gypsy that, and fight night came, he couldn't back it up, as most of them can't back it up on fight night. So yeah, that happened to him. Yes, that's the three southpaws we fought. I know another guy out there with a channel called Boxing Realist. So he was saying that he was talking about Canelo and Canelo defensive abilities and how Canelo is the better defensive fighter. He's more defensive than Crawford. So a lot of these guys say these things that they be talking about, but then I mean, where is it written that Crawford is that Canelo is a better defensive fighter than Crawford? Okay, where? I mean, who? I mean, when you look at the record, when you go to the CompuBox and check it out, you find out that Canelo got a 9% ratio of punches landed on him for each round, right? 9%, and Crawford is 7%, right? So Crawford is get hit 2% less than Canelo. Those are the numbers. Those are not somebody's opinion, okay? But guys like Boxing Realist, shout out to Boxing Realist. He's out there talking about how Canelo is the better defensive fighter. That's just your opinion. That's not facts. The fact is that Crawford is the better defensive fighter. That's what the numbers tell you. Okay, so people are always running around, out there running off at the mouth when they're talking about these things as if they're facts when they have no basis in reality whatsoever. It's just the way they, that's just what they're hoping and praying or what they're thinking. It's just opinion, and the facts tell you something different. So Canelo get hits a lot. I mean, I don't say he get hit a lot, but he get hits more than Crawford does. Okay, and the funny thing about a lot of these guys that watch these fights, they probably only watch like 2 or 3 fights of a Crawford or 2 or 3 fights. They don't really know anything about boxing, but they're just out there talking and running their mouth when they say, "Oh, Crawford never fought anybody," but they don't know who Crawford has fought in his career. They say Canelo is always fighting big guys, but he fought, all these little guys, Cotto. Okay, I mean, a whole bunch of little guys that he fought in his career. A lot of smaller guys, but they just know him for the fights he had at 168 pounds. Okay, they don't know about the other fights that he had before he got to 168 pounds. So he fought Mayweather, Cotto, what's his name? That older guy now. He's older now. Can't remember his name, but yeah, he fought a lot of small guys. So we'll see.
Yeah, the thing is that they like to inflate all the Canelo opponents and then downgrade all the Crawford opponents. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, if you look at that undisputed run that Canelo did, right? That's one of the, it's one of the weakest runs out there. You know how people said Crawford undisputed run was the weakest at 140? That 168 undisputed run was even weaker. You know what I'm saying? But those opponents are inflated because they fought Canelo.
Well, that's why he went to 168.
They could say, yo, he beat Caleb Plant, but who did Caleb Plant beat? You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's the type of stuff they say about. They said when Crawford beat Indongo at least went and beat 2 champions in their hometown. But they give Caleb Plant more props because Indongo fell off after the fact. You know what I'm saying? But they give Caleb Plant more props, and it's like, yo, Caleb Plant had a trash resume before he fought what's the name? The Venezuelan dude. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. And then after he fought Canelo, and then he fought Benavidez. So his record, he learned a lot, I guess, from those two fights because, uh, he's pretty good. I mean, he's a pretty good boxer. But like you said, before he fought Canelo, yeah, who did he actually fight? But I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Plant. I like his style because I like boxers. I'm a more of a boxer type of, I don't. I'm not. I'm not into. I can watch a fight go the distance every time. I could care less. I don't. I don't. If I don't see a knockout, I'm fine with that. You know. So yeah. So that's how I see that. So I like Caleb Plant's style. The only problem with Caleb Plant is that he's a pretty good boxer. The only problem is that it's conditioning. These guys, and that's the same mistake all these guys make. Every single one of these guys, it's always the same thing. Even Frank Martin, who you mentioned earlier, he went in there against Devontae. If you're going against Devontae,
That's because these dudes are too big. You know what I'm saying? They shred down. They all muscle, right? It looks good, but they really too big. When you all muscle, when you carry so much muscle, when you looking like like a bodybuilder, you know what I'm saying? That's gonna kill your oxygen.
yeah, no, it does. And that's what they don't understand, I guess. They're lifting all. You're not supposed to be lifting no damn weights if you're a boxer, really. I mean, some guys can get away if you don't do too much, but these guys turn into bodybuilders. I mean, they're lifting weights crazy. So, like, even Frank Martin, he looked strong and all that, but, he wasn't stronger than Devontae, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day. And he came into the ring, you know, without the proper conditioning, okay? Yeah, I don't, I mean, if I'm in boxing and I have a 12-round fight, I'm training for 20 rounds. I wouldn't even recognize the 12 rounds. Every fight that I go, I'll be training for 20 rounds, bro. That's it. And that's the way, Crawford and them train. They train like what, 5-minute rounds, 4-minute rounds. I mean, this is what you have to do. I mean, you can't, in any fight, more than likely, the one factor that'll make you lose the fight quicker than anything else is conditioning. Okay? And that's the same thing that'll make you win a fight, is conditioning. If you're not in good condition, and you can't take the guy out before you get into the later rounds, you're probably going to lose. Okay? And this is just the way it is. So if you're going to go in there against a guy like, say, Gervonta Davis, and you are Frank Martin, you got to be in the best shape of your life. Okay, you got to be in the best condition of your life. You have to go in there ready to go 20 rounds if necessary. You can't go in there and then everything that you're doing in the ring depends on conditioning. You're moving around, you're slipping and you're moving and you're on your feet. So you got to be in the best condition. But these guys come in there like, I don't get it. But then again, I can't expect anything better from those guys because they was training under Derrick James, and Derrick James. He's the one that got Crawford. I mean, he's the one that got Spence smashed by Crawford. Because he kept saying throughout the whole build-up about how Crawford was trash. He was the worst fighter on the pound for pound list. He had 10 knockouts against who? I mean, so if you feel that way about your opponent, if you feel that way about your opponent, that he felt the way he felt about Crawford, how can you prepare your fighter to fight this guy? If you think the guy is nothing, so how are you going to prepare your fighter? You're not going to prepare your fighter like he's fighting the best guy out there. Because according to you, this guy ain't fought nobody. He's trash. You're gonna, he's too small. All of this nonsense, So as far as I'm concerned, Derrick James did not adequately prepare Errol Spence to face Crawford. Okay, and that's his responsibility. And to me,
to be honest, I don't think it would have mattered anyway. I just don't think Errol Spence with any game plan would have beat Crawford. I mean, he was kind of like tailor-made. You know what I'm saying? Come forward fighter. He was too basic for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I knew even when they was calling that dude the boogeyman, I was like, man, Crawford will run right through this guy.
Yeah, well, I predicted a 7th round knockout, but it didn't. It came in the 9th instead. So that's what I thought about the whole thing. But at the end of the day, he could have been better prepared. I don't think he was prepared adequately. Because I just don't see how he could have been. the way Derrick James was talking. So, and you can see that during the fight. He wasn't in the right condition. He just wasn't ready for Crawford. It's bad enough that you're probably gonna lose, but you didn't have to lose like that. And you could have been better prepared. I would think, better strategy. Even when they talked about Crawford's switching. Well,
I think to be totally honest with you, I think that's the reason why they stayed away from Crawford for all these years, because they knew Errol Spence wasn't ready for Terence Crawford. That's why they made all these excuses and they kept moving the goalposts and everything else. They knew deep down inside Errol Spence couldn't be no Crawford. If Errol Spence, and look, I praise Errol Spence for the one actually making the fight, but if Errol Spence would have just kept following the PBC game plan, that fight would never have happened. That fight would have never happened.
Well, he said it himself. I mean, remember when they had that meeting when he was in that red hoodie and Crawford said to him, and he started naming all the people he was going to fight, Danny Garcia, Sean Porter, and then Crawford said to him, "Is my name on that list?" And he said, "Nope." Yeah, of course not. It was never on the list. Okay, that was the whole. But again, like you said, shout out to Errol Spence for taking the fight. And also I gotta give Errol Spence another props for the way he kept getting up after he get knocked down and actually still he was trying to the last minute of the last round. You gotta give him credit. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, the guy got the willer for. I mean, he just kept getting up and he kept trying. He just kept trying. And that's why it's kind of really kind of pisses me off that they didn't stop that fight. Because there's no reason for the man to take such a beating like that. That was more than likely a career-ending beating, okay? And there was no need for that, okay? But it's just strange when you think about it, because I remember Derrick James talking about Sean Porter for stopping the fight. That he threw the towel in and all that. So I'm wondering if that's what he was thinking about when he was in there. Because there's no way, bro. I mean, you saw that fight. I saw the fight. Everybody saw the fight. There is no way that fight should have went the distance. Should have went 9 rounds, bro. That fight should have been stopped. Okay? Even if they had stopped it in the 7th round after the second knockdown, the fight, they should have threw the towel in right then and there. And I see, I remember Errol Spence walking back to his corner, and you can look at his face and tell that, damn, he's thinking to himself, damn, there's no way. There's just no way. So what was he going in there for the 8th round? What did he go into in the 8th round for? Why did he have to go into the fight in that 8th round to get? And it looked like Crawford was trying to maybe take it easy on him a little bit in the 8th round, because he probably could have stopped in the 8th round, and he probably should have, instead of beating him up more in the 9th round. But just to me, bro. I mean, and the worst thing. I mean, I just thought that was totally unnecessary, bro. There was no way that he should have been taken such a beating. That fight should have been stopped by the 7th round, no later than that. Okay, and that should have been that. But they let him stay in there. They didn't throw in the towel. Let him stay in there and take a beating for that whole fight. I don't care what he would have told me in his corner. That fight should have been stopped, bro. And that's why, you can't, people jump on Sean Porter's father for stopping the fight, but he did the right thing. Why you gonna let your guy stay in there and get knocked out for what? When you know that when the fight is over, he ain't going anywhere. End the fight. It's over with. But yeah, it is what it is. So now we see Errol Spence, 2 years. He still hasn't won the ring yet. We don't know if he'll ever get back in the ring, if he'll ever be what the fight did to him. I'm pretty sure it did a lot of damage. We don't know if Errol Spence will ever fight again. He probably got retired at the end of the day, and they just delaying it. I mean, he probably will never be ready to get back in there again. So, I don't think, I think if that fight would have been stopped earlier, we probably would have seen the rematch already.
Nah, I don't think they would have won that rematch, man. He got to be from pillar to post, man. Be from pillar to post.
Yeah, I know it was tough. It was a tough fight, but yeah. So I think more or less we're gonna see the same thing with Canelo. Canelo is gonna get beat from pillar to post in this fight. A lot of people are gonna be in shock.
I will say this about the fight, man. My main concern really with Crawford is how is he going to adjust to the weight? I ain't even talk about the punches and all that. I'm talking about how is he going to carry that weight? That's my main concern.
Well, he's gonna carry the weight the same way he carried the weight against Madrimov. The only difference is he's probably gonna be a little bit more adjusted to it because he's gonna be at that weight for longer. It's gonna be almost 2 years by the time he fight Canelo. You know what I mean? So, I'm pretty sure he's been training at that weight and staying at that weight all this time at 154 pounds, whatever that is when he's walking around in training or whatever. So he's probably pretty used to it by now. Okay, before he had just gone up there, but now he's probably used to it, more or less, and now he's probably putting on more weight. So I don't think he's gonna come into the ring any more than around 7. I think he's probably gonna come into the ring between 74 and 78 pounds, somewhere around there, 174 to 178. And I think Canelo is probably gonna come into the ring either somewhere around the same or maybe 182, 83, somewhere around there. I don't think he's gonna come in any heavier than that. And so the difference between them won't be more than about 5 or 6 pounds, I think. At the end of the day, when they both rehydrate, I don't think they're going to be more any different. The difference between their weights is not going to be more than about 7 pounds. That's if that's if Crawford, if Canelo don't continue to run and hide from Crawford. If he don't continue to duck, and if we actually have the cojones to take the fight and step into the ring with Crawford, yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. He's going to come in there around. They're going to be about maybe 5 or 6 pounds difference in their weight at the end of the day, and that's what it's going to be. And then we're going to see a great fight. But again, I'm looking for the knockout. I think it's going to come. I think Canelo is tailor made for it. I think the difference between Crawford and a lot of other fighters that Canelo faced, I think Crawford got the power in both hands. Okay, and not only does he have the power in both hands, he can fight from both stands, which make a big difference. That makes it even worse. The fact that you can fight from both stands and you have the power in both hands. So it's gonna be a nightmare for Canelo. Okay, so as surprising as people might think it might be, I can see Crawford taking the fight to Canelo at some points in the fight, just like Mayweather did. Okay, again, the only difference Mayweather was smaller than Crawford, and people kept saying, "Oh, well, Canelo was smaller then." I keep telling people, no. When Canelo came into the ring against Mayweather, he was 171 pounds. Okay. Which is just about what he's weighing now sometimes in some of these fights. He was 171 pounds. Mayweather was 152 pounds. So there was a 20-pound difference, okay, between Mayweather and Canelo. Okay. And Canelo was, between Mayweather and Canelo, Mayweather was still able to stay in there, take his punches. That's why when I hear people talk about, Crawford going to take Canelo? What the hell are you talking about? Mayweather took his punches.
The part that kills me is they try to say at 23 years old, Canelo was too young and inexperienced. And the funny thing about it, he had the same amount of fights as Floyd Mayweather going into the fight, but they say he was too young and inexperienced. But now, they said he had like 40 something fights back then, right? They said he was he was still young and inexperienced, but he only fought 20 more times, pretty much ever since that Floyd Mayweather fight. And now they saying he got too many miles on the tank, like as if, like they can't even make up their minds, man. That's what kills me about it.
Well, that's what fear does. You know what I mean? That's the fear factor. which I did a video about that too. So y'all should go and see it. All the Canelo fans, check out the Fear Factor. My video, a couple of videos I did about the fight with Canelo. It's called Fear Factor. The case of the missing cojones. So yeah, me personally, if Canelo dares to step into that ring, which there's no guarantee he will, because up to now I don't think he has signed it yet. But with the expectation being what it is, you know, so many people looking forward for the fight, I don't think he can. I don't know how you're going to be able to say no at this point, especially when there's no issue with money or anything else, and the only issue is whether or not he has the balls to step in there against Crawford. So we'll see if he has the balls to step in against Crawford, and if he does, we get to see the fight. And so, if we get to see the fight again, I see a KO coming. I think Eddie Reynoso and all of them, they probably see the same thing. And that's why they're so hesitant to take this fight. They don't want it. Okay? They don't want nothing to do with Crawford. Okay.
Because I look at it like this from their point of view, it would be an embarrassment if Canelo loses to Terence Crawford. Because you got to think this is the smaller man coming up in weight, and if Canelo was to lose it, you know, they probably think like, God damn, man, we lost to this little ass dude.
Nah,
we can't. I'm saying, but they probably go. I'm saying, but that's what they probably thinking. They thinking like, if we lose to Crawford, this is a smaller guy. We no longer could use the excuse that their weight classes for a reason. You know, they will. You know, to them, they probably thinking like, yo, why would I want to risk losing to this guy? You know what I'm saying?
Those are not. But we're talking about man fans and nut huggers. We're not talking about real boxing fans. Real boxing fans want to see the fight no matter who wins or who loses, right? So at the end of the day, you know, a real boxing fan, you know, we want to see the fight. We don't care if whoever lose. Somebody got to lose. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So we just want to see the fight because it's the fight that counts. You know what I mean? But, you know, you're like you said, you're those people, you know, who think that, you know, but at the end of the day, I don't see it the way, you know, they're seeing it because I'm, you know, I like boxing. So I want to see the fight. And the way I see it is that if Crawford is who we say he is, and who he say he is, if he's who we say he is, if Crawford is the real pound for pound number one fighter in the world, then he's supposed to beat Canelo. Okay, so if Crawford is really who we say he is, then you shouldn't want to see the fight because then he got to prove who we say he is. He says he's number one pound for pound. Now he's going to get a chance to prove it. Because how do you prove you're number one pound for pound unless you fight a guy like a Canelo that's way out of your weight class or way, you know, that's the only way you're going to prove it. We can say somebody's pound for pound, okay? But how often does a pound for pound guy get to prove he's pound for pound? Not often. We just assume based on his record and his, you know, his victories and, you know, so forth and so on. But now we're going to get to see if Crawford is really pound for pound, okay? If he's really pound, if Crawford is really pound for pound, if he's really the guy that he says that he is, and if he's really who we believe him to be, then he's supposed to beat Canelo because he's the pound for pound king. Not the prince, not the bishop, not the governor, but the king, right? He's the king. He's the pound for pound king, so he's supposed to beat Canelo. And so, you know, if Canelo wins, it's an upset. And you know that's how I see that. I don't.
You saying if Canelo was the win, there would be an upset?
Yes, because if Crawford is the real pound for pound king, as he claims, and as we claim, and I say he's the pound for pound king. If he's the pound for pound king, he's supposed to beat Canelo. Nobody's saying Canelo is the pound for pound king. Okay, Crawford is supposed to be the pound for pound king. So if he's the pound for pound king, he can beat Canelo. Just like if Inoue is the pound king, move up and beat Javante. Okay, that's what pound for pound means. So I mean, you know, people get it twisted, but that's what it is. That's what it's supposed to be. So I can't wait for the fight myself. I can't wait. Antonio Cuevas say we just want to see the fight. Exactly. We just want to see the fight. We don't want to hear all the nonsense about pay-per-view and about payday and who's what. Nah, we don't care about none of that. Okay. What we want to see is the fight. Okay. That's it. That's all we want to see. We don't care who's getting paid more than who's getting paid less. I don't care about that. I want to see the fight. Simple as that. You know. So, and again, you know, if Crawford is the pound for pound king, he's supposed to win this fight. And so we're going to see. If Canelo wins the fight, then he's the pound for pound king. Simple as that. It's not rocket science. If Canelo wins the fight, he's the new pound for pound king. Simple as that. Okay? And if Crawford wins, then he just established himself as the pound for pound king, as he was already established as such. But now we just emphasized it by beating Canelo. Reiterate it. But yeah, a lot of people, that's why a lot of people, Merrick, you're saying that Crawford is going to be riding the bike. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are wishing and hoping for, but they're going to be sadly mistaken. We might see Canelo trying to ride a bike. I hope he knows how to ride. We might see Canelo riding that bike. He might. I hope he knows how to ride. I hope he didn't forget how to ride. He might have to get on that bike and pedal for his life. That would be some funny shit. See Canelo running from Crawford.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, that wouldn't be crazy, right? But I know, I you know, anything is possible in boxing, bro. So we'll see. You know, I think this fight is going to be a good. I just can't wait, man. I just want to see what Crawford is going to look like at 100. I'm just wondering how much is he going to come in at. Like, is he going to come in? You know, what is he going to weigh in at? Is he going to weigh in at 160? And then rehydrate to 175? That's what I'm thinking. Like I said, I think he's going to come in the ring somewhere between 174 and 178 after rehydration, somewhere around there. And I think that's where we're going to see that he's going to be at that weight. So he's going to be a big guy. And if his power carries up, then Canelo's in for a world of trouble. Just imagine if Crawford is the bigger puncher at 168 pounds, bigger puncher than Canelo. It could happen. We could see that. You know, that could, I mean, people talk about the Majimov fight, and you know, people don't understand that Majimov is a thick, big guy. He got that same kind of thick Neanderthal frame that Canelo got. You know, wide. You know, so. You know, I think, and he's taller than Canelo too. On top of it, so I mean, I'm pretty sure in fight now he's probably about the same size and weight that Canelo would have been. Okay, that Canelo is going to be in this, you know, 168 pounds because Majimov can take on more weight than Canelo. He's bigger than Canelo. You know, so yeah, so you know, I don't know what size Majimov was in. You know, in the fight, I tried to find out, but I couldn't find the stats for that. I just found the one that Crawford was 169 pounds, 169.8 pounds. But I couldn't find the stats for Majimov. I don't know how big he was, how much he weighed in that fight. But I'm thinking he probably weighed close to, probably over 175 pounds, you know, probably more than that. So he was, you know, he was pretty thick in there. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting situation to see what Crawford is going to be like, what kind of power he's going to have, if he's still going to have the same type of speed or anything close to it. You know, it's going to be a lot of different variables, and, you know, it's going to be interesting. You know, when Canelo try to come forward and Canelo and he gets counterpunched by Crawford, what's going to happen? Is he going to be able to take the punches? Is he going to get? Is Crawford's punches going to be able to buckle Canelo and make him think twice about coming in, or even throwing his own punches because he's getting countered? So all of this is going to come into play, because again, people keep pointing out the fact that Canelo is big and this and that, but I didn't see Mayweather running from Canelo, and Canelo was, if anything, when Canelo fought Mayweather, again, I like to tell people there was a 20-pound difference between them. Canelo was 171 pounds, Mayweather was 152, so that's like 19 pounds Canelo had over him. He was able to stay in the fight. He was able to block Canelo's punches. He was able to slip Canelo's punches. He was able to take a few punches from Canelo. And he was 20 pounds. Canelo outweighed him by 20 pounds. And again, whether Canelo was younger, which he was, less experienced, for one thing for sure was that he was faster. Okay, he was a lot faster at 21 than he is now. At 34, I'm probably stronger too. Okay, so if Mayweather was able to stay in there, block his punches, and we all know Mayweather had brittle hands, so if he was able to stay in there, block Canelo's punches, slip his punches, take Canelo's punches, I don't see any reason why Crawford can't do the same. And Crawford is bigger, stronger, and more powerful than Mayweather was. So, so all this talk about, the big size of Canelo and how big he is and how he's just going to come in there and walk through Crawford's punches, I would love to see him do that. Okay, I would love to see it. I don't think we're going to see that. We're going to see a very respectful Canelo. He's going to probably try his best to outbox Crawford instead of trying to rush him. Okay, I try to walk him down. I don't think that's going to happen. And he's going to be very respectful. He's going to try to box Crawford, but it's not going to work because Crawford is going to outbox him because he got the reach over him. He got the height. Okay, and again, we don't know what the power is going to be. Who's going to have the edge in power? But we can assume that Canelo for now. But we don't know until fight night. What it's going to really be. So a lot of surprises in store for this fight, I would think. Okay, a lot of surprises. So we're gonna see how everything plays out. But again, I got Crawford by KO late in the fight, probably around the 11th round. Canelo is gonna be behind on points. He's gonna try to sell out, and he's gonna get caught with something that he doesn't see. And that's gonna be the difference between Crawford fighting Canelo and everybody else fighting Canelo. When Crawford throws his punches, Canelo is going to get hit with punches he doesn't see. Okay, and that's what's going to be the difference in how what the effect of the punches are going to be on Canelo. Okay, that's going to be the difference, and so we can see, we could see some major surprises in this fight. We're going to see a stronger Crawford, okay, than Canelo, which is probably goes without saying. We could see a more powerful punching Crawford than Canelo on fight night. Okay, we might see a Canelo on the retreat on fight night. We might see a Crawford taking the fight to Canelo on the inside on fight night. There's a lot of things that might surprise us. We don't know. We'll have to wait to fight night and see. That's why this fight is going to be so exciting. It's going to be a great fight, people. I can't wait for it. I want to see it again. I hope Canelo actually takes the fight and stop pussyfooting around and playing games. Stop hiding and start running and just take the fight like a man.
I'm surprised those Canelo fans ain't hop on.
Oh, they done hopped on and hopped off. Wash on, wash off. They come and go. For the most part, they don't. They just come and say a few things. Crawford and run from Crawford and Crawford is not getting the fight. See, this one guy says Crawford is not getting the fight. Your people are stupid.
He's probably another scaredy cat that don't want to see
Of course.
his hero get annihilated, I guess.
So they don't even want him to see. They don't even want him to fight Crawford. They want to keep Canelo as far away from Crawford as possible. These guys, I don't know what the hell. They want him to fight William Skull. Oh man, this is hilarious. But I think the money is going to win over. I think he's going to go for that money, even though he might not want to fight Crawford. But I think the money is going to be too much for him to refuse. He's going to take it. He's going to go for the bait, and another fish is going to be on the hook. Yeah. Let me see what's in there. Anybody? Any more Canelo fans in there? Who in here think Crawford is going to win this fight? Somebody put a 1 in the chat if you think Crawford is going to win.
They ain't not
put a 2 if you think Canelo is going to win.
Not one of those people going to pick Crawford winning. These are all Canelo fans, man. They loyal.
Yeah, well, I hope they all come back on fight night. I love to see them in the chat on fight night. I remember every once in a while I'm doing some research. I look over the internet. I see they still have all these what do you call it? All these fight night people on the YouTube who had was calling the fight that night. Expecting a Spence win. It's amazing to see all of them. Some of them as the fight goes along, how there was like. I mean, some people lost a lot of money on that fight. Did you bet on it?
You said he lost a lot of money on the Spence fight?
Yeah, a lot of people lost money on the Spence fight.
Oh man, I don't know. That's probably them LDBC dudes, man. I don't know what.
A lot of people they bet.
I don't know what possessed them to think Spence was going to win that fight.
Yeah, a lot of it was fight. There was emotion. It was all about emotion. At the end of the day, that was the guy. So they had to validate what they were saying. A lot of them thought that. A lot of people actually thought that Spence was going to win. They wasn't the only one. They had people boxing. They had some quote unquote boxing experts picking Spence to win. I mean, some of the trainers and some of the. There were a few people. There was a few, like Abel Sanchez was one of them. He was like, "Yeah, Spence, too big." Same thing he's saying now about Canelo and Crawford. Canelo is too big for him. We're gonna see who's gonna be the big man in fight night.
Amplify the love. Hashtag unity, trend it up above. Break the algorithm of hate, let kindness compute. A world where every voice can contribute. So let's choose love, let's make peace pop. Let justice bang, let the violence flop. It's on us now to change the game and build a world that's anything but lame. Love, peace, justice, that's our anthem.
All right, so what else is going on besides Crawford and Canelo? That's what everybody's talking about. So
should be a fight. I think it's a fight this weekend, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there should be, because it might be.
Yeah, Diego Pacheco and Steve Nelson.
Oh yes, That's gonna be a good fight. I saw my guy Nelson in one. I didn't know he was that good. He's pretty good. I mean, he got a pretty good style of fighting. I mean, this is gonna be an interesting fight to see where he's really at. If he can beat this guy Pacheco, this should be very interesting. Who do you think is gonna win?
I don't know, man. I think it all favors Pacheco. At the end of the day, he has the youth on his side. I know Nelson doesn't have a lot of miles on the tank. He can do something. I've seen Pacheco be vulnerable, so you never know, man. I think it's a dangerous fight for both fighters. I think it's a very underrated fight. Both of these guys are pretty good. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if, whoever wins, to be honest with you. This is a 50-50.
Okay, I gotta go and watch some fights by Pacheco. I saw Nelson fight. I didn't really see. I saw Pacheco in some highlights, but not anything really definitive where I can say, oh, yeah, I'm going to take a look at him later on today and see what he's looking like. Uh, you know, but what type of style does he have? Is he a come forward guy or what?
Pretty much. But he's durable though.
Okay, he's tough. He looks tall though, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a good fight. I believe it's a good fight.
Yeah, I think so too. Even though I haven't seen Pacheco, but I've seen Nelson, and he's pretty good actually. I was kind of surprised that he was actually that good. Uh, you know, he's pretty good. He has some skills. Look like he's been watching Crawford, so it should be a good fight. That's what that's who's doing that fight. Is that top rank?
I think Pacheco fights for. Does he fight for Golden Boy or does he? I think he might fight for Golden Boy. Either that or he's a good zone. He's a zone fighter. I will say that. But
Okay,
if I'm not mistaken, I think he might fight for Golden Boy.
okay.
Yeah, so it's a good fight coming up. I know there's some other fights that's coming on. I don't know who the undercard is. I've been so caught up.
Reported on I-95.
I've been so caught up in with the football right now, so I definitely want to get back into the boxing and whatnot. It's just that the NFL playoffs I've been mainly focused on.
There's a couple of good fights coming up. All the fights that's coming up for the February 22nd card is good, really. Because another fight I want to see in that card besides the main event is the Shiraz versus Adamas. That should be a good fight because Adamas he's like a puncher guy. Shiraz is like a boxer, sharp, tall, good
Yeah,
jab.
that would be a good one too.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good fight.
I mean, Shiraz did avoid the Janet back though.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that if that's the case or not.
He was the mandatory and turned down a fight.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's see. He asks, beg. Oh, wait a minute. I'm reading this. Something here says here that Janibek Aki Alim Kanuli was the one fight Shiraz wanted more than anything else. He asked, begged for it.
That's not true because that's why Shiraz is no longer ranked in the WBO top 10 rankings because he turned down a fight. I think it was either WBO or WBA, one of those belts. If you don't take the fight as the mandatory, they drop you out the rankings completely. And Shiraz was the first one that happened to.
Yeah, but it says well he's gonna fight Adamas.
Yeah. He could fight Adamas. I mean, Adamas is a champion, but what I'm saying, he had a shot at fighting for 2 belts, and he decided to not take the fight, so they dropped him out the rankings.
He probably felt that it was an easier route. You know, maybe you figure fighting Adamas is better than fighting Janabek. Probably the easier route to take. You know.
You are on the fastest.
Yeah, but the thing is that would have been an easier fight to make because Shiraz, I think he fights for Queensbury, and you know, Janabek is a top-ranked fighter.
Okay, well, again, you know, top rank and all them, you know, top rank, Queensbury, Matchroom, all of them is fighting under the Sheik now, so that's probably why we're getting this fight. So that's gonna be on that card in February. So this is a Turkey Al Sheik card, really, and it looked like he got like every fighter from every promotional outfit fighting on that card. You know, so let's see. That's going to be an interesting card. Betty Bevo, Priest versus Howard. Commerce. Yeah, so this card is going to be a great card, man. There's a lot of good fighters on there. Turkey Al Sheik is doing his thing. Du Bois versus Parker, big fight.
I mean, like those guys fight, man. They got to be an undercard, man. Because both of these dudes been looking terrible, bro.
Who's that?
Wilder and AJ.
Oh, I mean, well, AJ is not fighting. It's he just knocked out AJ. I'm just saying it's a good card. I mean, Beterbiev and Bivol, and you got Daniel Du Bois versus Joseph Parker, Shakur Stevenson, Floyd Schofield, Carlos Adames, Hamza Shiraz, Virgil.
Oh yeah, that card is lit. That card is lit. But that's that's next month, right?
Yeah, a lot of good fights on this. Every fight is a top fight, bro. Every single fight is a good fight. There's no bad fights on this card. None. No, no bum fights on this card. This is like a top-notch card with top-notch. Every fight could be a headliner on this card. Every single one. could have been a headliner on their own. So this is going to be a massive. I mean, where you going to get fights like these? You're not. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. This the type of card Don King used to put on back in the days. Used to stack the cards.
Exactly.
And that's and I'm glad somebody like Turkey bringing it back, man.
Yeah, that's exactly what you. That's this is like an old Don King card. That's exactly what it is. So yeah, but this is massive, man. I mean, man, better be who you think gonna win between Du Bois and Parker?
I'm going with Du Bois, but if he goes in there focusing on trying to fight Usyk and not focusing on the fight right in front of him, it could be an upset.
Yeah, just out the quick off the top of my head, I'm just gonna pick off the top of my head without even thinking. I must say Bivol, Du Bois, Shakur, Hamza, Majimov, Zhang, and Bouts. Those are the winners. Bivol, Du Bois, Shakur, Hamza Shiraz. But that is hard to pick that fight.
So I got better Biev in a rematch just because, remember, when he fought Bivol, right, that was a good fight. But better Biev was coming off, rust, surgery, everything else. Now this dude's coming back. He's going to be 100% geared up, ready for Bivol. And I'm a big fan of Bivol, but I just think better Biev is he's different, man. Like, I got him in a rematch.
All right. Well, I mean, I can't say nothing against that. I mean, you're right.
I mean, I'm pulling for Bivol, but I just think better Biev. The only thing that's really gonna get better Biev is his age. You know what I'm saying? Because he is an older guy. But I just think he just more. He's a better boxer than what people give him credit for. You know what I'm saying? So
okay.
Better Biev to me, I just. For some reason, I think he's going to win a rematch. As far as Zane, Zane need to get his cardio together because he had Parker beat the mess up and then he gasses out and then let Parker win the fight because he ain't had nothing in his tank.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure
another guy. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, I'm pretty sure he probably worked on that, and he got a good punch. So I don't know about this Ajit Caballero guy.
Caballero has been on a hot streak, man. Remember, he done upset Akhmadudov, whatever dude that they was hyping up, the little Russian Canadian dude. He stopped him to the body and whatnot. Then he beats Frank Martin. Yeah, no, not Frank Martin. Frank Sanchez. Stopped him. Yeah. I just think with Zane, man, if Zane is really putting in road work and getting into shape, he'll make this fight easier. But if he ain't in shape, he's just gonna fold like he did against Parker. Just sit up there and run out of gas,
Well, let's see what happens. I'm pretty sure this is a big fight for him, so I'm pretty sure he's going to try to come out on top. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I really see much of Caballero, so I can't really say much. So I'm just going off, mostly the record that Zhang is bringing to the table. So I gotta look at some of Caballero's fight to see where he's going to be at. But I'm just shooting off the top of my head. So I saw Callum Smith. I saw Bouts. Bouts is a little stiff, but
And Bouts, man, I think he I don't know about him, man. He be looking kind of terrible, man. Like, I want to pull for the guy, but
he looked kind of stiff out there sometimes.
Yeah, he was getting tagged up in his last fight. You know, he pulled it off. He's another dude that ran out of gas in his last fight.
Yeah, that happens to a lot of these guys. I mean, they all run out of gas. Which again is the worst thing you could do in a fight. That's your main thing you're supposed to be focusing on is conditioning. But what do you think about the Majimov Virgil Ortiz?
I got concerns with that. Not because Madrimov was getting ready for a fight between Bochuk, right? He was already cutting weight. Then he stopped that, and now he got to recut weight again. That might have an effect on the fight.
Why would he? I don't. Wait a minute. What do you mean by he stopped that and start? What do you mean by he recut again? Stop what?
So last month he was scheduled to fight Bochuk. He was already in camp cutting weight.
Okay.
He was cutting weight for that fight, and then all of a sudden, because remember the talk was like, damn, you gonna fight Bochuk and turn around in like another month and a half and get in there with Virgil Ortiz? Remember that was the thing, and then finally, while he was cutting weight, he dropped out the as far as cutting weight and fighting Bochuk, but he was already in the middle of cutting weight. That could affect your body right there.
So who said he stopped cutting weight? The fight is in February. That's next month. Why would he have to stop his training
right,
camp?
Because
why not just continue?
Right. So
now you have more time.
So prime example is remember when Chris Eubank got knocked out by Liam Smith?
Yeah, I remember that fight.
Okay. Chris Eubank was another guy who had cut weight to fight the dude he about to fight now.
Conor Ben,
right? Conor Ben popped hot, right? Eubank had cut all that weight only to the fight got canceled. Then they stiffed him in with another fight and said, okay, you can fight Liam Smith, and gave him I don't know if it was like another month or so. So you just cut weight, now you putting weight back on, and then you got to recut the weight again. That's a lot of fluids leaving your body that fast. You know what I'm saying? So when he got caught, I know people try to say he got hit with an elbow. I don't know. But he was wild. He was on wobbly legs. That's why when he had that rematch, you saw how fresh Eubank was when he got that rematch with Liam Smith. But when in that first fight, yeah, he was doing his thing at the beginning, but the minute he got touched,
yeah, but it was a different training camp he had with the rematch. He had different trainers. I
don't think it was the training camp with him. I think even if he had Roy Jones as his training camp for that rematch, he would have beat Liam Smith. I just thought
you think it was strictly because of the weight issue.
No, I'm saying I believe that played a role. That played a major role. When you cut and weight and then you gain, you cut weight. I seen this happen in combat sports a lot. Dudes will cut weight.
All right.
And then they turn around. It's like, damn, fight canceled. Oh, let me start putting back on weight. Oh, yeah, give me a fight. Oh, yeah, so I can fight in like a few weeks. Okay, let me cut the weight again that I just gained back. Like you already put a lot of stress on your body just cutting weight to begin with.
So you think that that couldn't be an issue with Majimov? That might be something that could be a problem?
I think I don't know how far it, like when it was, when he was cutting weight for the Bochuk fight, that can play a role. But other than that, I think he could outbox Virgil Ortiz. But I ain't gonna put it on past Virgil Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz does hit hard, but I don't think he's hitting hard as he was at 147. But he is an explosive type of person.
I don't think so either.
But Majimov, I think he's way more skilled than Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, I think Majimov is going to beat Ortiz. Like you said, I think he's more of a natural 154 pounder, and I think he's going to give Ortiz all kinds of problems with the movement and all that stuff that he was doing there with Crawford. So we're going to see. I think this fight is going to tell us where both of them is at, and where they're going, really. So we saw what happened with, we saw what happened with Virgil and with Bochuk. And, Bochuk just stood in front of Virgil the whole time. I don't think Majimov is going to do that. So it's going to be a little bit of an issue for Virgil trying to, pin down Majimov. I think he's going to see the old. As a matter of fact, we're not going to see the same Majimov we saw in Crawford. We're going to see a different Majimov. We're going to see a wilder Majimov, a guy taking more chances because he's going to be able to do it against Virgil as opposed to doing it against Crawford. So we're going to see a more explosive, more dynamic, more aggressive Majimov in this fight with Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, they what they call Majimov the fake. They called him the fake man.
Uh-huh.
I mean, they was calling Majimov the fake master.
Yeah.
Like when he fought Crawford, the man threw more feints than anything.
I know.
Just standing there fainting.
Yeah, he had to. I mean, he didn't want to get hurt. I mean, he got hurt a couple of times, but he knew what he was facing. So he fought the way he thought that he could, make it, but he didn't make it for him. But I think again, I don't think he's going to give. Just say he gave Crawford a lot of respect, but he's not going to give Virgil Ortiz any respect whatsoever.
Well, he got to give Virgil Ortiz respect. You don't want to go in there and not give somebody respect because you.
No, I'm speaking, euphemistically. I'm just saying that he already said that Virgil Ortiz is a basic fighter. They sparred before.
Yeah, but according to Virgil Ortiz made it sound like he got the best of Majimov.
Yeah, well, if I had to believe one or the other, I'm more likely I would believe Majimov than I would Virgil Ortiz. At the end of the day, just saying. No disrespect to Virgil Ortiz, but if I had to choose between who to believe, I'd believe Majimov. Because I remember when Majimov, after the fight, they were saying to him, "Well, hey, Majimov, it looked like you won," and he was like, I fight my best, but I was fighting the pound for pound king, so I think I did pretty well. I did well, which he did, but they was trying to make him say that he won the fight and that he resisted.
Well,
that.
you know why they were trying to say he won the fight, like people, right? Because Crawford wanted to fight Canelo, so of course they wanted to. Before the fight, it was like, oh, he fighting a guy with 11 fights. And then after the fight, oh, he got beat. Like they, anytime somebody want to fight Canelo, they want to look at the next opponent that person fight just so they can find a reason for that person not to fight Canelo. That only happens when there's a threat.
I'm pretty clear on that for sure. Yeah, so that's
it's like the funny thing about it, right? They criticize Crawford for fighting a guy with 11 fights, right? But then they praise David Morrell, who also has 11 fights when it comes to Benavidez. They're like, he's ducking David Morrell, but David Morrell have 11 fights, but they don't say nothing about those 11 fights.
Yeah, which I think now you brought that up, I think that Benavidez is going to knock out David Morrell. I don't see David Morrell beating Benavidez. I think they say he got a lot of talent and he got a lot of skills, but I'm still looking for those skills and talent. He's a physically gifted fighter, but in terms of skills and all of that, I see a lot of rookie mistakes being made in there. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out, but I'm calling that fight knockout by the 7th round, if not before.
I think that fight is actually a lot closer than what everybody thinks. You got to think Morrell does have a strenuous amateur background. You know what I'm saying? He does have that.
Well, that's the problem. And I think that's an issue. You're right. He does have a good, long amateur background. I think that's got a problem for him. I think that he still fights like an amateur in a lot of ways.
I don't know, because he's the one Cuban dude that doesn't fight like a Cuban fighter. He actually goes in there for the kill. You know, most Cuban fighters, they usually try to outpoint you with the point system. Morrell actually try to take you out. That's the big difference with him. He actually is the type of dude that want to take you out. And they both him and Benavidez, they are both the same size. So I don't know, man. I can see. To me, I think the fight is a lot closer. I'm going with Benavidez, but I think this fight is a lot closer than what everybody believe it is. Now,
okay, so when I look at your guy, I see a guy who's he's big, he's strong, but I see a guy who is inefficient in his boxing. Okay, in that I think he puts out too much effort to get what he gets most of the time. I don't think he knows how to pace himself. He fight like he's fighting 3 rounds. So like it's a 3-round fight, and so in terms of pacing himself to go the distance, I don't think he has that type of discipline. He just fights and fights until he wins, and luckily the guys that he's fighting, they're not that good anyway. So, he usually gets his way and knocks them out. But we saw when he fought one guy that was halfway decent, the fight went the distance, and he didn't look the same. Okay, he looked. He gassed out because he had spent too much energy, trying to get the knockout in every blow, like sort of like Virgil Ortiz. He throw every punch is a hard punch, which is that's not a good thing. If you go in there with a guy that that know what they're doing and that can pace set the pace, you're gonna have a problem. They're just gonna pace you out, take you into deep waters and drown you. I think that's what's going to happen in this fight, unless he makes some major changes. So we'll see what happens. But I think that he's going to get David's going to take him to the deep waters if he gets that far. He might not even get out that far, and then if he does get out there, he's just going to take him out in the water and drown him.
See, I see it 2 ways. I think if there's going to be an early knockout, I think the early knockout could go the other way. I think if it goes to the later rounds, that will increase David Benavidez's chances of getting a knockout. Just because David Benavidez can pace himself pretty good. But if somebody gonna come out the gate getting a knockout win, it would have to be Morrell. Because the one thing Morrell is, he is a fast starter. That's the one thing about him. He is definitely a fast starter. But that's why I said I think this fight is a lot closer than what people give it credit for.
I just don't see the level of competition that he has fought to get him ready for a guy like Benavidez, who has fought a lot of tough guys. He fought. For example, I don't think Morrell is as good a boxer as, say, Caleb Plant.
Who's not a good boxer?
I don't think Morrell is as good a boxer as Caleb Plant.
I say this. I don't think he got the slickness as a Caleb Plant, but I think if he was to fight Caleb Plant, he knocks Caleb Plant out, man. I ain't even front. I ain't gonna hold you on that one. I think.
Well, I would have to see that. I have to see that fight.
I think.
But he's a lot bigger than Caleb Plant, though. He's a big guy, right? He's a 175 pounder.
He moved up as well. I just think he's, Caleb Plant got good defense, but look, if McCombie was not Caleb Plant around like that, Dave Morrell hit Caleb Plant, bro. That dude ain't coming back, bro. Because Dave Morrell does hit hard.
Yeah, he does. But again, that's his problem. I think he hits every punch is a hard punch, so you expend a lot of energy doing that, and then you could do that against certain people and stand in front of them like the way I see him doing, dropping his hands and doing all that nonsense. But I don't see him doing that against an experienced fighter. Know what the hell he's doing in there. I see him getting hurt. I just don't. I don't. That type. He looks good against amateurs. Okay, he looks good against people that's not. Who has he actually fought?
Well, he fought some decent fighters. You know, they might not be popular. You know, but those are like good guys he fought. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, technically, people could say the same thing about David Benavidez. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I think David Benavidez fought some good guys as well. But you know, people gonna say David Benavidez brought up a lot of fighters. Remember, like some of these fighters that he fought were all moving up to fight him. You know what I'm saying? So people do say that. I give, like I said, I give Benavidez the edge in this fight because, against his last fight in Boston, he did a good job. I know he gassed out, but he did a good job against Boston. And Boston ain't no slouch.
Yeah, yeah, and that he was moved, and he moved up. He moved up this time, right? So, yeah, he wasn't like the guy moving up to fight him. He moved to fight the guy. So yeah, it should be an interesting fight. I don't know. I don't know who's the natural 175 pounder. If it's Benavidez or Morel, but from what it looked like it's Morel. I mean, we know, well, they both moved up, so we'll see what happens. But I just see Benavidez knocking him out. That's what I see because I watch him. I watch a lot of his fights, several of them, as a matter of fact, because I was scouting him to see what he actually what all the fuss is about, and I didn't really see anything to make me say, "Wow, this guy is good."
I will say this. I say this. Dave Morrell is a good fighter. I just think the Canelo fans inflated this dude because they put up a barrier just so Benavidez won't beat up on a hero. You know what I'm saying? So they just threw Morrell in front and say, "Oh, you ducking Morrell."
Fight Morrell first. And that's the old.
And the funny part about it, Canelo won't even fight Morrell. So
Well, I don't think Canelo is going to fight anybody besides Bevo, and I don't think he's going to fight him again. Like he said, he'll probably try to fight the winner of the Bivol Beterbiev fight because that's you don't got nothing to lose. Like he said, if you go up and lose, he's supposed to lose. If you win, then yeah, he's the bigger, he's the best thing since sliced bread. So that's what he's saying about Crawford. So it's the same situation, but I think Bivol is going to win that fight. But I hear what you're saying about Beterbiev and how he's not as bad as boxer as people say he is. But again, I think his game relies on mostly power. And I think that, when it comes to boxing, I always go for the boxer in terms of if it's a boxer puncher, a slugger boxer, so Biev is like a combination of all of those. So I think
and the thing about it, he's
Bivol is good,
naturally heavy-handed, and he doesn't
that's what I'm saying.
He doesn't even load up on his punches.
Yeah, that's dangerous too. Because that means you don't gotta telegraph your punches like the way Canelo does to get the power. Okay, so that could be dangerous. But I think that Bivol, if he's as good as I think he might be, which I'm not, I'm not vouching for that, but I'm just saying if he's as good as I think he might be, he should have learned some lessons in the first fight and should have come back ready to counter whatever it is that Bivol is bringing to the table. Because again, at the end of the day, Bivol is mostly the power. Okay, I mean he got some boxing skills like you said, but I think his biggest advantage is the power. And if you can take the power away, then he should be able to beat Beterbiev. And again, you got the age on his side and the whole. So you gotta get in there and do his work, man. These guys gotta go in there and do their work, just like Crawford gotta go in there and do his work to beat Canelo. If you don't go in there and do that work that you need, then you're gonna come out. But it's gonna be an interesting fight. I think Madrimov is gonna knock out Virgil Ortiz. I don't think that fight is going the distance. Okay, I mean Virgil is a tough kid, and I saw him get back up, in the fight against Boachuk. But I think that he's susceptible to the knockout. Okay, you know, and we saw that, and I think that I think Majimov is going to finish him off.
Damn, that's saying a lot right there, man.
Yeah, I think Majimov is going to finish him off. I don't think that fight is going to go the distance because by rights, the fight with Borchuk shouldn't have went the distance. He should have knocked him out. But again, the problem with Borchuk is he just stood right in front of the guy, giving him a chance, to get his get back. He just stood there, slug it out. No, you can't do that. That's not the way. You should have been giving that guy angles and banging him to the body, and then just like what Majimov is going to do to him. So yeah, I see Majimov giving him angles, banging him to the body, and then eventually stopping him somewhere, around the 9th or the 10th, maybe somewhere around there. I don't think it's going to go that far, but we'll see.
And the crazy part about it is that the fans was calling for a rematch, and those guys never a rematch.
You mean Borchuk?
Borchuk and Ortiz.
Well, I mean they could always rematch in their next fight when he takes his loss from Majimov as well. Because doesn't Borchuk got a fight coming up too? Oh, he got a title fight, right?
Nah, he just fought like last month.
No, but I think he got another fight coming up. They're talking about him fighting. Or he's asking for a fight. They're talking about him fighting Fundora.
I heard it was going to be Fundora and somebody said Joey Spencer or something.
Yeah, I heard that name too. But I heard Fundora. Well, Fundora need a fight right now, so that's probably gonna be a fight. But who knows? We'll see.
See, the thing with Fundora, they play stupid games, and now they got the stupid prize because these fools were sitting up here, and I ain't gonna blame him. I blame his promoter, Sampson. They try to play the Crawford, and all that joint backfired.
Well, they never wanted to fight Crawford, so I mean, you can't blame them.
Well, Fundora said he would, but Fundora team didn't want to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They didn't want to fight. So I mean, and Fundora at first said, he said that first, and later on he said he wanted to fight Spence. I guess they convinced him to say that. But at the end of the day, they know what they're doing. I mean, they know that the guy just got his 2 belts. He's on the rise. Why are you gonna put him in there with Crawford?
Yeah, he got for one, he got put in a position because one guy pulled out of a fight. One guy pulled out of a fight. Thurman, he pulled out, and here this Fundora got put in a position to fight for the belts, even though he was coming off a knockout loss.
Yeah, and then you want to throw him in there with Crawford after that? No, his corner his people did the right thing. I wouldn't do it either. I wouldn't put him in there against Crawford when he just came up a knockout loss, won the belts, and now you got both belts. Get a couple of fights in there. Make some money. And but I guess the money that I don't know what the money they're gonna get now or who they're gonna be fighting. But they better try to get one of those Turkey Al Sheikh money, some of that Turkey Al Sheikh money. So I don't know, but if I was, I mean, I see what they were doing. I don't really blame them because at the end of the day, you'd have went in there against, you'd have got money, but you'd have got knocked out, and then that would be, it would have been over for him, and lost his, at least he's still holding on to his belts, at least one of them anyway. So we'll see, but I wouldn't mind seeing the fight. Between Borchuk and Fundora, that'll be a good fight. But again, I don't know what like you said, they had the opportunity to fight Crawford and they blew it.
Yeah,
But
PBC, man, they don't want to take no more L's. That's what it is.
can you blame them? Crawford is killing them, bro. They're like now, and now he might end up beating Canelo on top of that. So they don't want none of that, bro. They don't want it. So it's gonna be interesting though. I'm looking
And
forward to
I'm
it.
trying to see how this dude even makes 154, man. What he like? He's about, how tall is he?
6 something, 6'6". I don't know. He's like a giant in
Yeah,
there.
he tall. He's like a stick figure.
Yeah,
How
but
you be that
you see
damn tall and weigh
but
154?
you see what he looks like after his rehydration though. He looks like a monster in there, bro. It's huge. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's how they do it, man. They shrink themselves down, and then when they rehydrate, they big as a house. It's that big, strong guy in there. I don't know what weight he comes in at rehydration, but he puts on a lot of pounds. He doesn't look nothing like he do look away. So he's a weight bully. This guy should be fighting at 175 pounds, 168 pounds. Heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, he got to eat a lot of food, man. He looked like somebody that you got to make donations to because they were starving or something. That's how skinny he is.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, some people just like that, I guess, until they get older. They start putting on weight. But I guess his body's chemistry is what it is. So he can do that. But yeah, that's crazy. It's a tall guy, man. I mean, the guy is huge. His sister is a champion too.
Yeah, his sister's pretty good.
I think she's undisputed or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Fundura is 6'6", bro. That's tall. That's tall as Joshua. I mean, Dad, this guy is huge, man. I see him fighting a guy right now. The guy is down to his chest. He looks like a giant in there. So you can imagine it when you whip them punches from range. That's a lot of power. Man, this guy is definitely a tall guy. And he likes to get in there and bang. Yeah, that would have been a good fight with him and Bud, though. That would have been an interesting fight. But he chose Spence. Spence not ready, man. Spence ain't ready for none of this. He ain't ready. Spence not ready for that smoke yet. Spence need a lot more. Spence probably not even nowhere near in shape. Okay, so we got a lot of people these guys in the
Hey,
chat talking nonsense.
You be seeing those articles by Boxing News 24?
I don't really follow that magazine too much because they just talk nonsense. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, they technically just be
It's
hating
like
on everybody.
it's like a rag magazine. It's like a fantasy magazine or so. Well, what the hell are they? They're not. I don't know what the hell they be talking about. They talk about.
Yeah,
They talk a lot of
they be
nonsense.
they be hating on everybody damn near. It's like,
Yeah.
and it seems like it's like the same person who got about a whole bunch of aliases that he goes by. I think it's really only like two. I only saw 2 legitimate writers on there. They barely write on that website.
They're probably just using AI articles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So who knows?
but they got but they got this one guy. He goes by a whole bunch of different aliases, and this dude, like, anytime Crawford names come up, he trashes Crawford, right? First he said Crawford's gonna lose to the person, and then when Crawford beats him, then he got about a billion excuses and said, "Oh, well, that person was washed anyway."
Well, that's par for the course, right? That's what most people say. That's what a lot of these fans of heterosexuals and all the rest of them say. So they've been saying that about Crawford from day one.
Yeah, that one guy, Christopher Williams, right? He's a big time Earl Spence fan. Swore that Earl Spence was gonna beat the mess out of Terence Crawford. Once Crawford embarrasses Earl Spence, then his articles coming out like, "Oh, he beat a car crash Earl Spence." He beat a shell of himself, Earl Spence. Like, the dude got so many excuses. Can't just say, "Yo, I thought my guy was gonna win, but he lost." He got to make excuses for the guy.
But when you hear stuff like that, this is what gotta happen. You gotta give them this.
So when I stop him, y'all gonna say he was too weak.
On my life.
And he stayed at 147.
You would not stop
too long.
me. You would not stop me.
Okay.
You're crazy. What's you smoking on? Hey.
Yeah, so that's what it is. It is what it is.
But that is funny, right?
So when I stop him, y'all gonna say he was too weak.
On my life.
And he stayed at 147.
You would not stop
too long.
me. You would not stop me.
Okay.
You're crazy. What's you smoking on? Hey.
You know what? You saw what
that is
said?
funny. Like, he did predict the future. He said, when I stop him, I'm gonna say he was too weak, and that's what everybody said.
Yeah, that's exactly what everybody said. That was prophecy for sure.
So when I stop him, y'all gonna say he was too weak.
On my life.
And he stayed at 147.
You would not stop
too long.
me. You would not stop me.
Okay.
You're crazy. What's you smoking on? Hey.
So you saw what Spence said there, right?
Oh yeah, he said, "You ain't gonna stop me."
No, he said, "On my life." He bet his life.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, on his life. So he owed Crawford his life right now. I mean, at the end of the day, he got stopped. So Crawford, his life is for Crawford to do what he will with it. He bet it. You know what I'm saying? On my life, you ain't gonna stop me, and he got stopped. So if this was back in the old days, he'd be in big trouble right now. Buddies, they say. Buddies say Bud's going to knock out Canelo. I guess Bud has more power than Triple G and Bevo. Yep, he does. Unfortunately for Canelo, he definitely has more power than Bevo and Triple G. Let's see. It's gonna be sad news for you guys. Let's see what I guess I spoke too soon on that one. Golovkin had a KO ratio of 88.1% compared to Crawford 75.8%. So he had a bigger knockout ratio.
Oh yeah. Golovkin was cracking. Just the thing is that, remember, Canelo actually ducked him at one point in time too, and then when he saw Triple G fight, I think it was Danny Jacobs, and then he started to see slippage or something. He's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I want that fight now."
Yeah, but I saw the fight with Triple G and Kell Brook, and he banged up Kell Brook, but he never dropped him or knocked him out or anything. He just broke his eye socket.
Yeah.
Okay, but then I saw Kell Brook in a fight with Crawford, and Crawford hit him with like a jab, like, and he said no one has ever hit him like that in his whole career. So,
Caught it right on the chin, man. You hit somebody
he
on the
said,
chin, bro.
he said nobody has ever done that to him in his whole career. He has never heard him like that. He has never been hurt like that in his whole career. Okay, and that includes Triple G. So,
I'm not sure if I'm going.
it's funny. It's I guess it depends on how you get hit. If you see the shot coming, if you don't see it coming, that's the problem with a lot of guys that fight Crawford. They never see the shot coming, and so it takes them out.
Yeah. But you gotta understand, man. People they always take away credit from Crawford for the same guys everybody else that beat when Crawford beat him. They say, oh, that guy wasn't the same. I mean, they said Kell Brook wasn't the same, even though he was coming off with 3 wins. He's not the same.
Yeah, of course he wasn't the same. He was in better shape because when he had came up to win with when he had came up the loss to Triple G, they never gave him time to recover fully from his injury.
Yeah, so he come back down 2 weight classes to fight Earl Spence.
Yeah, and plus he wasn't recovered from his injury, from his eye injury.
Man, they had time to recover, but they give Earl Spence full credit for that one. But then when Terence Crawford fights him, it's
3 years later. 3 years later when he's recovered, yeah. So that's it is what it is, boy. It's not going to change at the end of the day. These people, like you said, a lot of these guys, they're not into boxing. They're into personality. It's like a personality cult. They like a fighter. They like him through thick and thin. They can care less. They try to protect him. They want him to fight. Nobody's. They want him to beat everybody he fights. They want to be able to beat that guy. They don't really. It's like they're watching WWE. They're more used to that type of thing, where they know who's going to win the whole time. So that's their guy, and they know who's going to win, and they know who's going to lose, and it doesn't. That's the kind of thing that they like, and that's what they. That's a lot of Canelo fans out there. I don't know what they're gonna do after the fight. I mean, where are they gonna go? What are they gonna do? I mean, they're gonna be in pretty bad shape. I think we're gonna have to have suicide watch out on a lot of these guys. After the fight.
I heard Ned say today. He was like, "When Crawford beat Amir Khan, he wasn't the same, but for some reason, when Canelo beat Amir Khan, that dude was like the beast. I mean." When Canelo fought Amir Khan already had 3 losses, 2 by knockout, before Canelo even fought him. So they take credit away from when Crawford fought Amir Khan, but then when Canelo had fought Amir Khan, it was, Amir Khan was the shit. Like, oh, really? So he was the shit when Canelo fought him, but he wasn't the shit when Crawford fought him. So
I think what that's all about is that, which it might be some truth to it, is that he had kind of basically taken some time off of boxing or something. He wasn't as active as he was when he fought Canelo. I would assume, even though I can't say that for sure, but I think that's basically where the criticism comes in, that he wasn't as active as he was against Canelo. But I mean, it is what it is. It doesn't make a difference what type of shape Khan was in. There was no part in his career where he could have ever beaten Crawford. Okay, because I don't know if you know, but when Crawford fought his first 10-round fight, it was against a guy called Brady Prescott, which was the same guy and he beat. And that was his first 10-round fight. They took the fight on 2 weeks' notice. Okay, and it was up a division above where he was fighting at. He was at lightweight.
Right.
Brady Prescott was supposed to fight this champion. It was supposed to be a championship fight with Brady Prescott challenging for the title, but the champion got hurt. I forgot his name, and he couldn't fight. So they needed a replacement. Crawford was supposed to be on the undercard for that card. So they asked him if he would take the fight. And he said, yeah, I'll take it. 2 weeks notice. And he had to move up a division to take the fight because he was fighting 135 and the fight was 140 pounds. So he moved, and that was his first 10-round fight. He was fighting 8 rounders before that. So
and that was also the guy that knocked out Amir Khan.
yeah, that's the guy that knocked out Amir Khan. Okay, so and he beat that guy convincingly. At 140 pounds and 2 weeks notice. So people talk about Crawford, but they talk about like the young Mayweather. But the young Crawford was just as vicious as the young Mayweather was. But again, he just never really had the marquee names to, because a lot of people ducked him when he was at lightweight, ducked him when he was 140 pounds, ducked him when he was 147 pounds, and they would duck him at 154 pounds if they had a chance. So it is what it is. Yeah, man, this fight is gonna be a great fight. I can't wait for. I hope Canelo doesn't chicken out, and I hope he takes the fight, and stop capping and stop talking nonsense and stop talking about resumes and all that. If that's the case, then go and get the money, bro. If this is going to be the easiest fight of your career, if Crawford only had one good fight, then all the better for you, Canelo. That means you got an easy route to get that money. Go, take it. Go take the money. I mean, take it and run. I mean, what's all this talking about? Forget the talk. Let's get to the fighting. You know what I'm saying? What is Canelo fighting? What is he talking about? Or you only had one. Who are you trying to convince? I mean, what are you trying to convince people of? Like, Crawford, I mean, you still don't want to take the fight? I mean, come on, bro. I mean, it's looking bad out there right now. You need to take this fight. Stop making excuses about Crawford only having one good fight. It's going to be an easy fight. You're not going to get all this nonsense. Take the fight and let the people see what they want to see. You say that Crawford is no good. You say he doesn't have a record. You say he only fought one good. Well, go and get that easy money that you're going to get from the Turk, from Turkey al-Shiki. Go get that easy money, man. It's going to be easy money, Canelo. Go get it, baby. Don't let nobody stop you. Go get that easy money. Okay? Take that money and run with it, bro. I want to see you. I want to see you take that money and run, Canelo. Go get that easy payday. That payday. You want payday. So yeah, we want to see Canelo take that easy payday, which for some reason, as easy as the fight is, he seems to be having taking a long time to actually accept the fight. So maybe he already accepted it and they're not letting us know about it, but I don't think so. But we'll see. But again, it's going to be a good fight. I want to see it. I wish some of the people stop talking about they don't want to see it. I don't know what the hell is their problem, why they don't want to see it. Okay, it's going to be a good fight, It's going to be a great fight, I believe. And like I said, if Crawford is the pound for pound king, then he should win this fight. No problem. If Canelo win the fight, he's the new pound for pound king. He's gonna take the title. He took the title from Crawford.
Well, you gotta. Well, they won't be fighting for Canelo title. I mean, they won't be fighting for Crawford's title. He's moving up.
It don't make a difference. I mean, he doesn't have to actually have the title. He got the win. I mean, if he got the win over the pound for pound king, he's the new pound for pound king regardless. But there's no pound for pound king title. It's like a people's title. It's like a ring title. So he's gonna have it. So whether he actually gets Crawford the belt or not, he doesn't. That's irrelevant. If he wins the fight, he's the pound for pound guy. He's the guy. He done took down the pound for pound king. Simple as that. Ain't no two ways about it. You know what I mean? That it is what it's gonna be, and it is what it is. So if he wins against Crawford, he's the new pound for pound king as far as I'm concerned. Okay, and that's that. Okay, if Crawford want the title back, he's gonna have to beat him in the rematch because there is gonna be a rematch. You can believe that. We might even get a trilogy out of this, bro.
Depends on how the fight goes. If let's just say if Crawford sleeps Canelo, let's just say if that happens, I don't even see a rematch coming. I really don't, man. Well, for money purposes, yeah, but if Crawford beats Canelo like how he beat Earl Spence, even if Canelo wants to rematch, there might be a lot of people probably sitting up here saying like, we don't want to see that.
Well, I don't think he's gonna beat him like he beat Earl Spence because again.
But you just said you said he was going to knock Canelo out.
Yeah, he's gonna knock him out, but that don't mean he has to beat him like Earl Spence to knock him out. I mean, there's a lot of guys he knocked out. He didn't beat them like he beat. He never beat anybody like he beat Errol Spence, and he still knocked everybody out. So that had nothing to do with the two. Got nothing to do with each other. You know, a lot of people getting this thing twisted. I mean, you know, he doesn't have to beat him like Errol Spence to knock him out. There's nobody that he has fought that he has beat like Errol Spence, and he knocked out most of the guys he fought. So, you know, that could. The two don't necessarily have to be the same thing. So I don't see, you know, I don't see him beating him as he did Errol Spence. I see him catching Canelo with a punch that Canelo doesn't see, and you know, and that's what's going to be the difference, you know, in this fight. He's going to catch Canelo with a lot of punches that he's not going to see, and I think Canelo got a good chin as long as he can see the punches coming. And typically, the guy that he be fighting, he can see the punches coming. He can see the punches coming from these guys, but rarely does he get caught with a punch he doesn't see against guys like these. And plus, these guys not really putting everything into their punches. Like I said, they're fighting scared anyway. Okay, and they don't even want to piss Canelo off too much by hitting him too hard. So a lot of these guys just go in there and fake it. Okay, you know, but they're not really trying to take out Canelo. You know,
because I think there was a script on a couple of those fights, man. No, I swear, man. Like I'm not even saying that like to be hating. Like I swear there's a script on some of the fighters, man. Like I'm gonna put it like this: if you watch that Kovalev, the Kovalev and Canelo fight, right? The Kovalev and Canelo fight. Kovalev, for one, he was coming off a life or death situation fight with Anthony Yarde like 2 months prior. Walked right into this fight. He ain't even had time to recover or nothing. But when he fought Canelo, you know, he was touching Canelo up in that fight, and he wasn't even trying to hit Canelo hard. He was just like tapping him. He was, you know, it was like annoying taps he was hitting Canelo with, pretty much. And then, you know, in my opinion, I thought he was winning the fight. But of course, you know, the judges, leave it up to them. Canelo could never be down on the scorecards. But the fact of the matter is that he was touching Canelo up. And then he gets hit and put on a Oscar-winning performance. I'm like, dude, like, bro, like you get hit and you doing the chicken dance, and then all of a sudden you get hit again. Now you completely gone, laying on top of ropes. Like, get out of here. Like, to me, that shit just look so goddamn.
Well, I will say that one point it looked like he actually turned his chin for Canelo to hit him on the chin or something. It looks like that. I mean, it kind of looked weird, but I don't know. I've heard that that he was a drinker, alcoholic, or whatever.
Well, he was. But
You know
but the
what I mean?
thing is, to me, it just seemed like that fight just looked rigged, like big time rigged. And then another fight that looked like the Charlo. I don't think Charlo would have beat Canelo anyway. But come on, dude. Like, he didn't even try to fight Canelo. He's another dude doing love taps in a fight.
He didn't. I tell you, bro, Charlo did not want to get Canelo mad. Okay, he didn't want to get Canelo mad. He was just in there trying to make it look good. He threw a few punches just to make it look good, but he wasn't trying to upset Canelo. He was hitting Canelo like he didn't want to upset him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I should look rigged. Like, dude, like, you in a boxing match, you campaigned for this fight only to not fight once you got in the ring. You sat there on survival mode, doing love taps, not even moving like you used to move, just sitting there, just like saying to himself, I'm about to get paid. I'm about to make me some money. And you notice, like, these dudes that do fight Canelo, right, that just wanted the payday, these motherfuckers ain't haven't fought ever since. Like, I mean, like, look at Billy Joe. Billy Joe chilling, bro. Billy Joe got that check.
Well, he got his face got broken in that fight. Didn't he get his eye socket broken too?
Yeah, his eye socket did get cracked. But what I'm saying is that fight was like how many years ago?
Yeah, he retired after that check.
Yeah, he was happy. He like, shit, that motherfucker got fat. Everything. I said, damn.
Billy Joe was a lot of talk, though. He was talking about gypsy fight and stuff, and they was gonna, God. I mean, there was an embarrassment. Canelo just folded him up like he was nothing. I mean, he got a humbling defeat against Canelo. That was a good fight. Canelo mashed him up, man. Great fight.
And then I look at Colin Smith, another dude who act like he ain't want to fight. He just stood there and took punches the whole damn fight. Like, dude, you even gonna throw a punch? My man just stayed there and let his arm get busted up.
And the next guy, Rocky Fielding, there's another guy who
he took a dive to me. He was a bum. He was a bum that took a dive. My man got hit with a body shot. Like, they made a cartoon out of it. I swear to God, it's a YouTube channel that be doing a cartoon with the combat joint. They like he took the knee and looked like he was smiling. Like, yeah, I got that check.
Yeah, I mean, that guy. I mean, before the fight with Canelo, okay, they was calling him. He had the best jab in the business. Rocky Fielding, the best jab at 160. His jab was legendary. He got into the fight with Canelo. I don't think he threw 4 jabs the whole fight.
Yeah, that dude took a dive, man.
I mean, the guy didn't throw no jabs, man. None. I mean, I'm like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, these dudes just turn into punching bags and shit. Just like, I don't want to fight. I just want to get paid.
Well, that's the deal with these guys. That's going to be the difference with Crawford. Crawford is going into the fight. He's not going into the. He's not. It's a lot of these guys, like you say, before they even got in the. Maybe they didn't throw the fight consciously, but before they go in there, they're already thinking themselves as losing. They don't see themselves winning before they even get into the fight with Canelo.
They're just happy they got paid. That's what it is.
Yeah, they see themselves as opponents. They just they're just there as the window dressing. They're supposed to lose. Okay.
Yeah,
they expect to lose.
But some of this stuff looks so damn like fake as hell, man. It's like, dude, like, at least do a better acting job. You know what I'm saying? Like, like Abney Yildirim put on an acting job. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, you know, Abney Yildirim. That was another dude that was coming off of a loss and a 2-year layoff, but somehow he was made the mandatory.
Well, I think is Canelo's partner.
Yeah, he was a sparring partner, but I'm just saying he was somehow made the mandatory coming off a 2-year layoff. And a loss.
Yeah, Canelo. Yes, exactly. So Canelo wanted to give him a payday, so that's what he did.
And then when Canelo hit him, this motherfucker fell down. Like, he did the best acting job ever. And then got up and pretended like he wanted to fight again. Like, dude, go somewhere.
He was supposed to. That was his job, bro. They give Canelo said, "Look, I'm going to give you a payday, okay, bro? But don't go in there and try no bullshit, okay? When I hit you, just stay your ass down."
Yeah.
I let you
take the shot. I gotta knock you out by this round, and then I give you a bonus.
Allegedly, okay. So that's
these dudes.
That's probably what happened with that fight.
I mean, but boxing has a history of this shit. I ain't saying like, I'm kind of joking in a way when I say, these dudes taking a dive, but some I do believe actually took a dive. But boxing has a history of this. Motherfuckers are taking dives for a pay, man, to inflate somebody's record and shit.
Yeah, well,
you really don't have to inflate a person like Canelo's record. I mean, the motherfucker, he's not a bum. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker's pretty good, but these motherfuckers are taking dives and shit just to get a pay. Like,
again,
man,
bro, they just go in there without any concept of actually intending to win the fight. That's all. It's not saying they're taking a dive, I don't think necessarily. It's just that they never need to win in the first place. So they're not trying to win. They don't think that they're going to win.
I think
none of them think they can knock out Canelo, and they know they're going to lose on the cards, right? They know they ain't going to.
No, I'm saying whether they lose or not, put up a value effort. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but for what? You're not going to win on the cards. So when you go,
it doesn't matter because whether you win on the cards or not, it shouldn't matter. You should not go in a match and lie down. You shouldn't go lay down. Like Jermell Charlo went in that Canelo fight and laid down. That's why he got clowned after the fight. This motherfucker, right? Before the whole Canelo shit happened, when Crawford was pressing this dude, he said, won't you go do what Errol Spence say he did? You know, shut up, be quiet, you know, fight Errol Spence, he's a stud. Be the challenger sometime. All of a sudden, after he loses to Canelo, he like, oh yeah, fuck it, I'll fight Terence Crawford. Like, motherfucker, you act like you ain't never want to fight Terence Crawford. You sold your loss to Canelo, and as soon as you got that pay, now you were okay with fighting Terence Crawford.
Bro, he kind of. Let me just say this, okay? He did fool me a little bit because he was talking. I'm going to fight Canelo. Then I'm going to fight Caleb Plant. I'm going to fight all these guys. I'm going to fight the big fights. And I was like, oh man, that sounds good. He's gonna go up there fight Canelo, and then win or lose, he's gonna be up there fighting them guys. But when he said that he was coming back down to 154 pounds, I said to myself, he's not going up there to win. He's going to be to lose. Because if you are going to go up there to win, there's no way you come back to 154 pounds. Okay, for what? You're going to be undisputed at 168. You're going to come back down to 154 for what? What are you coming back down for? So right away, I knew that was bullshit. I knew when he said that, I said, okay, so this guy's actually going to lose. He's not thinking about winning. And then, he basically confirmed it after the fight by saying that, yeah, I mean, I didn't get knocked out. I thought I did pretty good. I went the distance. So right away, you know what was going on with that. I mean, that was a total sellout, like you said, and But again, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know if you would have put up a fight.
That dude got paid and hasn't fought ever since.
How do you get him? I mean, how does Derrick James get him ready to fight a Canelo? I just don't see it.
Nah, you listen. If you watch how Jermell fought, all these other guys, win, lose, or draw, he still went out there and put on an effort. He went in that fight with Canelo, zero effort. Zero effort.
You're not going to go and fight against your boss. Okay? If you and your boss get into a friendly basketball game, you're not going to go all out and try to beat his ass. That's your boss. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, man, I'm trying to posterize. I'm dunking on his ass.
Okay, then you got
it's a game, but it's a game at the end of the day, right?
But still, just know that the next time they come for a pay raise, you might not get that pay raise. You don't know what this guy is. You know what I'm saying? So that's where Jermell Charlo was. As far as he was concerned, that was his boss. Canelo was his boss, and Canelo was the guy giving him the big opportunity.
Are you there? Oh, I lost reception or not. Yo, you hear me? Thank you, lost reception. I guess wait till we come back. Yeah, man. At the end of the day, man, despite how everybody feel who they picking and whatnot, I mean, I think it's going to be a good fight at the end of the day between Crawford and Canelo. May the best man win. Look, if it's everything's neutral, scored properly or whatever, I got Crawford winning by unanimous decision. I can see one of these guys getting a knockout, to be totally honest with you, but I 100% believe this shit is going the distance. I think depending on how Crawford body feels going into the fight, can he carry that weight? My thing is, I believe Terence Crawford should come in under 168. I believe he should come in at least probably no more than 163. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to rehydrate regardless. But I'd rather him come in, don't try to just sit there and try to, play around with just trying to barely make 168. I believe he should come in at least by 160. I'd say about 162, 163. You know what I'm saying? No more than that amount. And give himself a better chance, One thing we do know is that Canelo is used to being at 168. His body's already adjusted to it. Crawford, on the other hand, got to get his body adjusted to it. Another thing is that Terence Crawford needs to take a fight in between, especially if Canelo is going to be taking a fight in May. If Canelo takes a fight in May, I believe Terence Crawford needs to also take a fight in May. Take that fight and go into the Canelo fight fresh. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be rusty taking a year, one fight a year after year after year after year. That's how I look at it. But yeah, still waiting on TBE to come back. I don't even see him. Must have lost reception. But yeah. Like I said, good fight coming up. Surprised I don't see any Canelo fans up in here. They were here earlier. Oh, okay. So I see. Who's that? Honey Badger. Y'all, damn, he put this shit in all caps. Y'all better not be making excuses after September. Whoever wins is king. I can agree with that. No excuses, man. No excuses. That goes for both sides. So that means if your guy Canelo loses, we shouldn't hear a goddamn excuse. I want to hear no more about neurological damages. He lost. End of story. So I do agree. Shouldn't be no excuses on either side. Damn. Somebody said Canelo needs to fight David and Bud and Boots. I don't know how Boots got snuck up in there. David Benavidez, I 100% agree. He should have already fought David Benavidez. A lot of people like to give Canelo a pass by trashing David Benavidez by saying, who has he fought, who has he beat? But they never seem to question the Belangas and the McGears and, the Killer Plants and, you name them all. They never seem to question those guys when they go up against Canelo. But when it comes to David Benavidez, they question David Benavidez all the time. To me, I just look at it as fear. They fear David Benavidez at the end of the day. Jay said, Bud buddies say Bud going to knock out Canelo. I guess Bud has more power than Triple G and Bevel. Well, Bevel is not really known for having that type of power. So if you want to say that, cool. As far as more power than Triple G, Triple G is a monster when it comes to power. But at the end of the day, Jose Cotto didn't have more power than Triple G. And Jose Cotto actually hurt Canelo, had Canelo wobbling all over the ropes. So let's just keep it a buck. You ain't got to have the most power to knock somebody out. We see Munguia got knocked out by somebody with less power than Canelo. And that guy was coming off a year layoff. So all it takes is to hit somebody in the right spot and, night. Okay. So we got a Canelo fan saying that you mean Crawford has 3 times better than he ever was. I guess be 3 times better than he ever was. Canelo is always ready. TKO or 116, 112. Well, let me put it like this. Both fighters are always ready. Not just Canelo. They both are always ready. But you going with your guy Canelo by TKO or 116, 112. Well, if it's scored fairly and he gets 116, 112, more power to him. But we know when Canelo fought Bivol outboxed the shit out of him. And somehow they made it a 115, 113 fight in favor of Bivol, even though Bivol clearly won way more rounds than 7 rounds. I mean, let's just be honest here. So we got to make sure we got some judges that are actually using some integrity when it comes to scoring, because when you the cash cow, they usually tend to go towards your favor in these certain situations. But again, it'll be a good fight. You got Canelo winning, and that's cool. Nobody gonna get mad at that. I got Crawford winning. It is what it is. I mean, we ain't gonna know what's gonna happen till the fight actually goes down. Damn, TV still ain't back yet. I wonder what's going on. Damn. Did he like lose the link? Or I mean, trying to figure out where his guy's at. He should have been back. TB he must got a phone call or something. Let's see. Who else got a comment? I had to scroll back up. Let me see. Canelo was going to sleep the fuck out of Bud. All right. Okay. Somebody confident in this guy. Oh, here we go. See, when people make these comparisons, Crawford couldn't KO Madrimov, who is at 154. Canelo has an iron chin. The chances of Crawford KOing Alvarez are slim to none. Makes no sense whatsoever. Canelo couldn't KO John Ryder. Let's just be honest here. Canelo couldn't KO Jamel Charlo. Canelo couldn't KO Jaime Munguia. Canelo couldn't KO Edgar Berlanga. So I mean, we this shit could go both ways. You know what I'm saying? And as far as Canelo having an iron chin, what happened to that iron chin when Canelo got rocked by Jose Cotto? That iron chin wasn't so iron back then. So when people say that, I just have to. Oh, you back? My bad.
I'm back. Your chin don't improve. Okay.
Yeah, they kill me. They kill me with this. He got an iron chin, and since Crawford couldn't KO Madrimov, what is he gonna do to Canelo? I mean, Canelo couldn't even KO Munguia, and a guy who only had 4 KOs KO'd Munguia. so when they be making these these outlandish comments and shit, I just be laughing because I'm like, all it takes is the right shot. It don't matter how much power you got. You get hit right on a button. I don't care if you ain't got any knockouts. You could get a knockout. You hit somebody in the right spot,
and especially when they're not expecting it.
Exactly.
You know, when they not see that punch, when they don't see that punch coming, and that's exactly what's going to happen with Canelo. He's going to get hit with a lot of punches you don't see against Crawford, and this is why I think Crawford is going to hurt Canelo and end up stopping him eventually. Because again, you know, Canelo is not going to fight like Canelo is going to keep coming forward. You don't know anything different, so he's going to try to keep coming forward, and he's going to be a little more aggressive. Maybe he believes that because he's the bigger guy, he can just walk Crawford down, so he's gonna probably be a little aggressive more. Even though I'm kind of doubt it, but if he does get cocky or does get froggy and decide that he wants to, walk Crawford down, that's when he's gonna get hit with a lot of counters and punches. Because the more punches he throws, the more he's gonna get countered. And that's what a counter puncher does. So the more punches Canelo throw, is the more chance he's gonna get caught with a shot that he didn't see or he don't expect, or he's just gonna get caught with a shot. Period. So he's gonna get counted. Okay, and again, Canelo loads up his punches. You can see his left hook coming from a mile away, except for that when he disguises it by even act like he's going to the body, but he come up top. Okay, he does that. So if you know that little trick of his, then you know when that left hook is coming.
That looping left hook.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I will say Canelo does have, he has a pretty damn good pull counter. Like his pull counter is usually with an uppercut, so that is something he does perfect very well. So if somebody, throw a shot and he pulls you in, he can counter with that uppercut. So that to me is pretty good.
Canelo got skills. I'm not gonna say Canelo doesn't have skills. I mean, he got a lot of good skills. I mean, the only problem is, he has skills. He's a good boxer. He got fast hands. His hands are not slow. Okay, it's pretty fast, for that weight size that he's at, because he's really a middleweight. So he got fast hands. He does have pretty good defense. I already told you the stats on his defense. He gets his punches landed against him is a 9% ratio. Okay, 9% punches landing per round. Okay, Crawford is a little bit lower at 7%. So Crawford get hit 2% less than Canelo. So that's so he has good defense, okay, good offense. He's an all-around good fighter, okay, all-around good fighter. But again, if people think that just because he's heavier than Crawford, that's going to be the deciding factor, they got a big surprise coming. That's not going to be the deciding factor. Okay,
it does play a role. I will say that having the weight advantage does play a role.
Yeah, but then it does play a role. You're right, and I agree. And I before I even get to agree with you too much on it, I will say that also Canelo has been at that weight longer, because that's the next thing people are going to say. Well, he's been at that weight longer than even if Crawford, But again, I'm telling people, and you'll see for yourself. When this fight comes around, the difference between Canelo and Crawford in terms of weight will be negligible. It won't be much. It won't be what people think it is. It's probably going to be about 6 or 7 pounds difference in their weight. Okay, so
now, me personally, I think Crawford in the weigh-ins should come in no more than 163 at the weigh-in.
Because about 162, between 162 and 164 maybe. But yeah, that's about
I wouldn't try to tweak, make it 168. If I was him, I would come well under 168 because your body gonna rehydrate anyway. So
I'm pretty sure they know that. So I don't think that's why I keep telling you that. I don't remember Crawford came in at 106. Let's just say 170 pounds against Majimov. I don't think he's gonna gain more than about 5 to maybe 7 pounds on top of that when he fight.
Well, depends on how they try to tweak it as they losing weight, because they could be eating pasta and shit, and you know what I'm saying. You'd be like, God damn, you trying to bulk up so much that now your ass gonna be sluggish. No,
I don't think he's gonna do that. I don't think he's gonna bulk up. I said I don't think he's gonna be more than about 175. I said between 174 and 178, which is respectable because that means he only gained 5 more pounds than what he had against Majimov. Okay, which is
what Canelo gonna rehydrate to? That's another thing.
Well, that depends on what Canelo is trying to do. from if I in the Munguia fight, I think Canelo came in like at 177 or something like that. So that would mean that he was trying to come in at a lighter weight for Munguia so he can be faster, right? Because Munguia is actually a smaller guy than him. So maybe he came in at that weight. Maybe sometime he comes in 180, 82, 83. Who knows, depending on who he's going to fight. If he's fighting a big, tall, one of the big, like maybe like a guy like, I don't know what he came in to fight against. I got to find it out, though, against Bivol. Against some of the
He
other
actually
guys.
rehydrated higher than Bivol.
He did.
So Bivol came in, he rehydrated. I think Bivol rehydrated to 183. Canelo rehydrated to 185.
Okay, so that's about consistent.
But the crazy part about it is that everybody said, well, Canelo's the smaller man. Well, if he's so much of the smaller man, how is it that he rehydrated heavier than Bivol did?
You see, that's and not see that you said that could happen with Crawford as well. Crawford could come in heavier than Canelo. It's possible that might be the case.
But see, I hope he doesn't, because that could be a disadvantage.
Well, it may be, but it might just be the natural weight for him at that size. If he's gonna move up a little, that might just be his weight that he would be if he was if he actually moved to 168 pounds. Then he should be a bigger fighter than Canelo at 168, because Canelo is really a middleweight, even though Crawford is really a lightweight. But in moving up, if he's moving up to that weight, again, which I don't think he should fully move up to that weight to fight Canelo. I think he shouldn't weigh more than about 170 something pounds. I don't think he should go up into the 80s or anything like that. So, we'll see how it plays out in the end, though. I think it's going to be a interesting fight at the end of the day. I can't wait to see it. But listen, I've been on this thing now for like 4 hours. I'm going to give it a break. I might come back on a little bit later, and, we can chop it up some more if you're around. But, yeah, I'm going to leave it here.
Appreciate you having me on, man.
No problem. Anytime, bro. You come on anytime. I like to talk with people, not argue. So yeah. Crawford by KO over Canelo by the 11th round. That's my call. That's it. That's what I see happening. And for all the Crawford, all the Canelo fans out there, appreciate you stopping by. Come back again. But just know one thing: Crawford is going to knock out Canelo. That's what I got to say to you guys. End the story, okay? Canelo is going to get knocked out. He's going to get stopped. So prepare yourself for the inevitable, okay? Canelo will be stopped in this fight against Crawford. All you guys, prepare yourself. Get your counseling and your mental health counseling. Put it in place before the fight. So after the fight, you don't have to go through the PTSD that you see going on with the Spence fans right now. And, you can heal and, get over the fight in a, good manner without any too much. We don't want any suicides out there, people. So yeah, prepare yourself. With that said, I'm going to leave it there. This is TB Boxing saying I'm out.
All right, peace.